I'm here with Abe Dinkus right now, the one and only Abe Dinkus, you know.
Old coat, same boots, dust on his name like Sue. Bar light catches the scar on his jaw. Nobody asked what he saw. Empty chair at the corner of the bar, kept there like a shrine, like a star. Door creaks open, every whisper turns. Glass hits wood, Abe has returned. Abe has returned from the dark and the dirt. Round two, and he's walking through the hurt. Oh yeah. World better tremble, better shift, better learn. It's time for things to change, 'cause Abe has returned. I say more than his tongue. Voice is calm, but the storm's just begun. Cards on the table, backs to the wall. He names every sin in this town hall. Once they laughed at the man who fell. Now his silence rings like a church bell. You don't need a story, make them burn. One cold smile, Abe has returned. Abe has returned from the dark and the dirt. Round two, and he's walking through the hurt. Oh yeah. World better tremble, better shift, better learn. It's time for things to change, 'cause Abe has returned. Where'd he go? Grave or river? Only thing they know is the shiver. Abe has returned from the dark and the dirt. Round two, and he's walking through the hurt. World better tremble, every stone, every church. It's time for things to change. It's time for things to turn. The world's gonna learn. Abe has returned. Old coat, same boots, dust on his name like Sue.
He walks through the dust on a cracked old road. Hat tilted forward, shadows that load. Eyes burn deep like a fire untamed. The nation he loved now barely the same. A voice like thunder, he calls out the lie. Where did the promise go? Why did all die? He holds up the past like a mirror.
Good evening. How are we today? Good to see you, Re-Examination and Haul Long Nate. Thank you for the big $10, Long Haul Nate. And Nate says, don't forget Cash App, Ko-Fi, like, and check your subscription and notification settings. Make sure to hit the bell so you know when I'm going live. Alright, let me figure out and fix some of these settings here. And then we'll start to have some fun here. Let's do this. Copy that. And wow, vibe. Okay. Good to see you. Welcome in. Let me see. That setting's okay. Open my that. Okay. Exit. Straight there. Let's see. Okay. Virtual green screen. There. See? Now I'm here. Beauty. All right, everyone. Let's see. I'm going to throw this out. We'll just do that. Start with some fun. Unless I should join Emmett's panel first, because he just started one I saw. He was on Confluences before, and now he's having a conversation with someone on his. But I'm not sure that I want to have the conversation that they are having, so. I'll leave that be. If Emmett wants to come over here and join me, he can, or what have you, but he's having a conversation as it stands, because he was on Confluences having a little bit of a spurg fest between a whole bunch of people about Jacob, who is of Jewish descent, I think, and they were arguing about essence and creation and a bunch of other stuff, and they were getting pretty deep into it, and then it went from there to just like arguments and insults and craziness. So thank you, Hall Long Nate. I guess let me know when your signal picks back up if you want to come up or whatever. You can come up and chit chat. I made something really cool the other day. I was playing around with Suno, and I'm pretty sure most of our community knows Suno, so, but you can do some pretty interesting stuff with it. Oh, Reexamination is in the back. Well, hello, Reexamination Show. Good to see you.
Mr. President, how you doing this fine middle of the night? Slaying vampires again?
Yeah, well, usually, you know.
Yeah.
I have a lull, so I figured I would talk to people. Maybe I could suss out if any people in the community are also vampires that way, you know.
True. Well, I have a theory that all streamers are vampires, and that's why I can't stay up, but every other streamer can seem to stay up for some reason and not incur any health detriments.
Well, if that was the case, then we wouldn't see all the crash outs we see from streamers.
Blah, blah. Look, we have a lot of crash outs. Part of that might have to do with the considerable brain damage that can come with staying up late nights and not getting your circadian rhythm together, not getting the requisite vitamin D, all those things. But I guess for a vampire, you don't need vitamin D, do you? In fact, that you would burst into flame. So there is that. Or according to some mythos, you do sparkle, which is a fate worse than death.
That would be pretty terrible if you sparkled everywhere you went.
Oh, indeed. So what did you have in mind at the War Room, Mr. President? Because obviously you've assembled us for a very important reason, or at least to chill.
Yeah. I figured it's been a long time since I just did an open panel where we could just talk about random stuff. That used to be pretty normal on my channel, where I just open a panel and see if people wanted to come up and talk about something, and then we could meander through topics.
Oh, there's the Missing Mod in the chat. Raise them up for Missing Mod. That's her signature right there.
Mm-hmm.
I guess she was unaware, because I was over at the Mega Bloodbath, you can say that one time fast, channel, just scouting out, seeing what the atheists were up to, and I just, the They're about deconverting, they call it, which is just another form of conversion. Deconstruction, all that kind of stuff, drawing you into atheism.
Deconstruction really bugs me. That whole movement of deconstructionists like Rhett and Link and all the... It just bugs me. Everything about it bugs me.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. Like, at one point you had... I mean, obviously, so I'm a Christian, but I'm trying to think of it from their perspective. Like, they really believe that they have undone Christianity. And even though Seitan Bergenkate has undergone some scandal in his life, one of the things he pointed out was a logical inconsistency for anybody who apostatized from the faith, which is that even if, biblically, if you apostatize, 1 John 2:19 says they were not really one of us. And on top of that, just logically, even if you want to engage that as an atheist, if you really were a Christian and you found some kind of conundrum in your faith, you would have relied upon God to answer and resolve that conundrum in your heart and in your mind. And you wouldn't have gone to yourself as the ultimate answer for where truth lies.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's the whole leaning on your own understanding and all of that, right?
Correct.
We're already warned not to do this, not to do such things, and then the moment that you do, you see complete deconversion. You see people like at epic rates of speed, and I think it's the epitome of selfishness is what it is. Because the moment you start completely believing that, oh, well, what I think is true because I think it, and then I use that as the basis for my everything, for my ethics, for my every single thing in my life, well, then I could start just choosing what I want rather than actually having a standard for anything that I do.
Yeah, it goes back to how Dillahunty is like, well, I'm unconvinced, which means that my fancies are not tickled, my belly is unsatisfied, my senses do not gratify upon what you have told me, and therefore I will claim that's an intellectual deficiency on your part and a deficiency of your arguments, rather than anything that has to do with my preferences, which is what the phrase of the decade, I think, is my preferences.
Right. And I think that that's the way of it. I really do. I think, and I've said this before, that I know that this is not necessarily the case, but there's a thing in my head that, like a symbolic thing that I made from, like the number of the beast, right? 6, 3 score, and it's a number of a man. Well, man's created on the 6th day, and if we take me, then you're basically saying man, or 666, and doing all the things by your own will, for your own sake, your right hand and your forehead, your thoughts and your actions. Like, the number of the beast is, and I'm not saying that that's what this means, but representationally, I've always saw selfishness as Luciferian, as evil. Like, the more selfish you are, the more away from God you are walking.
Yeah. No, it's a scary thought too. And I thought to myself, if I've ever apostatized, now there's a couple of kinds of apostasy. There's religious apostasy, where you think you are truly saved and you're not. And then there's irreligious apostasy, where you know you're not saved because you've rejected God altogether and you have put him out of your head. And both of them are very scary, but the religious one's even scarier, because the religious one, you have already comforted yourself in this idea of your own faithfulness, and you are trusting really in yourself, and you are oblivious to the fact that you're not saved. And that's what a lot of people in church history, the Protestant side of church history, was trying to hit at. Gilbert Tennant and George Whitefield and others, who are saying, look, all these works that you're trusting in, your baptism, your church attendance, all these things, these can all just dull you from the fact that all you did was do what your parents were doing, but you never came to God as an individual yourself and bared your soul before him and asked for forgiveness personally for your own sins. You've gone along with the thing, and you've said the things, sang the songs, held hands, did all the stuff, but it wasn't real, for you. It was the tradition that you were brought up in. But it has to be on a heart-to-heart basis with God. Now, thinking about that, you think about the people who apostatize, and I just think to myself, what comfort would I even have in existence in life if not for God, if not for Christ? It's then what? Then it's a world where what is real. Ultimately, you could live in a world where nobody actually cares about you. You could live in a world where you have no meaning. Even the best thing you do is absolutely meaningless. And you have to admit that even what you think the best thing you've ever done is also meaningless. The very thought of having done a best thing means nothing. It's so empty and void, and the more you think of it, the more you have to fall into this emotional black hole of despair.
I think that's actually connected to something that I often talk about, and it's purpose. When we find that purpose falls away from people, people become demoralized and walk away from everything. They'll destroy everything in their life when they don't have a sense of purpose that gives, or at the very least, elucidates the meaning that we're talking about. Like, it falls. Yeah, it's connected.
Well, that's kind of what I see with the deconstruction movement of like continuing to do that. It's like, honestly, what I'm thinking to myself is, it goes back to my argument for, the infinite regress of value, which is, okay, so let's say you're an atheist and you've made it your goal to deconvert people, deconstruct people. Does that mean you have done good in the world? And if so, what does that mean? Have you made the world a better place? How can you determine what is better for the world? Isn't it, if it's just matter in motion, then it doesn't really matter who is Christian and who is not, objectively speaking. You're just dragging people to the same black hole you were. So, well, anyway.
And at that point, regardless of whether or not you think it's good, you have stripped value, because you didn't replace the value. You didn't give value. The only thing you've done by convincing someone to walk away from something that was that gave them moral and ethical standards and a community, by stripping that away, you've devalued that person's will and action in the world. You've quite literally destroyed value, not given it.
Is that because you've given them a basis to question everything, including community, including self?
Yeah, because like even if it were the case that you had somebody walk away from a religious belief that is not the Christian tradition, right? Even if you had them walk away from whatever tradition it was, as an atheist, you've still stripped them of the community that they had. At the very least, you've devalued a chunk of their life in that moment.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the comfort they give themselves as like Christians are repressive, Christians do this and do that, that is harmful. And it's like, ultimately, when you say harm, you mean you are referring to a purpose of life, the way things ought to be, people what things people ought not do. It's the same thing over and over. You're just codifying something else in a different moral sense or a different value sense, and then you feel justified or you feel vindicated for it. Which there's all sorts of morally charged language that's going into it. So that it's just similar to, I don't know if you know T-Jump, right? Recently, I was on a Sarah Tomatoes channel, and she had T-Jump on, and I was asking him about morality, and he kept repeating over and over again throughout my examination of him
it was so stupid.
Oh, you saw that?
It was stupid.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you were in the chat for that, weren't you? Morality is not prescriptive. Morality is nothing if not prescriptive. Nothing else is prescriptive except morality.
Like, morality is worthless and ought not exist if it's not prescriptive. Like,
if it's purely
it exists specifically to prescribe action. That's the reason for its existence.
Yeah. If it's merely descriptive, then it seems like the whole thing is morality is a term we use to describe when a will is obstructed. That's all it is. And if that's all it is, then no wonder he got away with it, in the sense of like, it's a claim so stupid, you dare not question it. It's like, no, nobody could really believe this. So we just bypass it. And the entire time he feels like he's being vindicated because nobody's getting the pattern. And it's like, nobody's getting the pattern because you're using the word wrong. You use the word, but you don't know what it means. You made this construction to make it something else. Let's see.
I think it's even worse than that. It wasn't even patterning, because he had so many complete disconnects between the thing and his world view of how that thing exists within it. Like, it was so disconnected and disjointed, it didn't even make sense.
Like, give me an example.
Okay, so
Something
like when
you
he was like talking, I can't like break it down completely, but he was talking about how what makes something moral and immoral has nothing to do with like spirituality or God or something like that. It all resides within the person. But then like when you guys tried to dig into the thing with him, he was like making all of these leaps for what has enacted an immoral act, and the blame never fell on the individual. It was always something else is the immoral act against the
nature.
person. And it's like nature is being immoral to you, even though you did the bad deed. And he's like, well, yeah. And it's like, that there's no way to follow it because it's so disjointed. The points he's making are so disjointed from logical reality that I couldn't even piece it together and make it make sense in my head.
If the woman consented to the sleeping together, but she did not consent to the pregnancy becomes immoral, and nature did it, not the man. That's how it constructs, because you have no control over the motor functions that come with the actions that you engage in. But because those motor functions result in a situation you did not will, even though you went forward with an action that does implicitly consent to the pregnancy, then anything that it's amazing. The same action can be moral and immoral depending on the day. Just based on the whim of the individual, whether they want to keep the baby or not, for example.
Right. And if we want to put it into debate terms, that's A and not A. And the problem is he had A and not A for like every topic. Like it can be and also not be at the same time. All of them. And it's like, I don't even know how you could function in the world that way.
No, I mean, you think about it too. Like when I brought up what if you have a fetus in the womb, you remove the arms before it ever has consciousness, and then you collect disability when it's born or something cynical like that. I didn't bring up that part. That's for, pro-choicers, but which he is one. But since he already thinks that tax is immoral by being virtue of the government, I wasn't going to bring that up. But anyway, the point is, I was like, it doesn't have a will at that point, so can't you dismember it before it has a will? And he says, no, because you're preventing future actions. Well, I don't know if he is open to any sorts of ideas, but if he believes in evolution, then anything that changed evolution that would have significantly hindered the creatures that would come from it from doing more than they otherwise would have out of their primordial ooze would also have been immoral. Just any immaterial thing would have been immoral. Now, I ran into him at a Jimmy John's like a year or two ago, actually before I even started YouTube, and I just watched a lot of his stuff, except for his precept stuff. I said hi, took a selfie with him. He was more than willing to have a talk and engage, and then we had a very fast-paced dialogue. But I remember his moral structure like really blew my mind, as in like made no sense. And I looked up and researched it later after I was done with it. He was a nice guy in person, no problem with that. But when I researched his point of view, he was quoted on one of the wikis as being asked in a debate, okay, so if a rock prevents you from meeting your goal, is that rock immoral? And he said he's quoted allegedly as saying yes. So this is what I had to look forward to. Everybody in the chat, like and subscribe to Abe
yes,
Dingus.
Please do.
He is the president, and he will send a SWAT team to your house. I'm kidding.
No.
He can do whatever he wants now. I mean, you suspended habeas corpus, my friend,
That is true.
So
that is true.
So there is that to consider.
I love to do that, actually, sometimes in debate. I'll be like, what's funny about the situation of Lincoln is you could say both at the same time. You could say he was the best president and the worst president at the same time.
You got to cover all your bases, man.
Yeah, and you got to cover all of them.
Now we need a Stephen Douglas. Who's going to be the Stephen Douglas YouTuber, though? That's the question.
That'll be crazy.
But if we can get one, we need you to have a debate with the Stephen Douglas YouTuber. First, you have to be funny. You'd have to be a really, really classic Democrat to do something like that. But they're out there. That unfortunately, they're on the right and the left these days. So what has been on your mind, Abe? Because I'm sure you've had a lot of things. By the way, how is your situation ever since the storm? Is there anything lingering that you need some help with?
No, I mean, it's been ups and downs. So there's a lot of physical work right after, and then I have my own health issues, so then it was like me
Mm.
being down for a bit. So
Sorry to hear that.
Autoimmune diseases suck to anybody who doesn't know that.
Mm.
But yeah, other than that, I've just kind of been in the shadows, so to speak, watching everything that's going on. And boy, has things been going on, both on the national stage, the international stage, and the YouTube stage. So it's just chaos all over the place.
What are some big shifts you see in the YouTube stage? Because obviously we can't do anything about Iran. We can't do anything about the media.
Well, so I see a chain of events, at least in our space. And I don't know how many other spaces you also inhibit or exhibit or inhabit.
I inhibit so much, man. I'm so immoral by T-jump standards, and the inhibition is off the charts.
Good. So, I see a chain of events, at least in the debate/panel space, and it's like, it goes something like, everybody was fairly united. There was a little bit of trolliness here and there on the, what they're calling Panelstein side at this point. And it went from like, everybody was kind of cohesive. There was some old blood feuds between some creators that kind of just lingered, and they just had nothing to do with each other, and that was fine. So you had like, Andrew was on Sarah's quite often. They worked together pretty well. You have Andrew's connection to Rob, which has been there for a long time. You have all these debate spaces connected to it tangentially. And you have the falling out between Rob and Sarah after Rob went on Sarah's a few times. And you can make whichever statement you want of who was right and who was wrong in that situation. I can see both sides. I can understand kind of where she's coming from. I can understand that Rob really didn't appreciate being overtalked as much as he continued to be overtalked. And it seemed like that first time of being overtalked that much was like the cue card to everybody who's fairly left leaning to come in and overtalk him on purpose because they knew it would fluster him. So they started doing it in every space that they could where they were around him, which kind of pushed him to a line where him and Sarah got into it. And then after that, you have a complete falling out between those two, which caused the falling out between Andrew and Sarah. And then you have a stint of time where more of the strong right side of our space just had nothing to do with Sarah's channel for the most part. And she was still hanging out with, say, like Dusty and all the people in the Panelstein, what they would call the Panelstein side, where it's just open panel shows all the time, drama and goofballing and all of that. And then here this last week, we have the blow up between Sarah and Dusty because of that very same T-jump panel. And now that has turned into its own micro war. And it's like, wow, so we're just fragmenting after fragmenting. And the only part that seems like it's stuck together has been the more conservative side. At the very least, the Andrew and Rob are still strong, connected. Easy's still connected into that. And you know me, I've said this before, I'm mostly just Switzerland. I sit over here. And I know I am on the conservative side strongly, but I'm not like trying to make war with people, and I'm not promoting other people's war against each other. So
yeah,
it's just been a watching game, like, wow. And watching for patterns, because I think there was a certain level of patternicity to all of the events and some common denominators that seem to be through lines.
Well, my understanding was that Sarah herself was also conservative. I remember there was this clip that she had put out where it's her and Radical Coder, which, by the way, seems to have been abducted by aliens for the longest time. We don't know where he's at. But she was saying giving like the final word about the transforming of the children to him, and then like knocked him off the panel. I remember that was like a big clip that she gave out. So there's a conservative side. It was just the infighting that came to do with treatment, or at least a perception of ill treatment. I didn't go deep dive in with it. I saw that there were a couple times where he was moderated unfairly, or at least perceived that he was moderated unfairly, and then she was laughing along with a group of people at him, and it's all very vague to me. I don't have anything personally against Sarah Tomato. Some of the panels she's had recently have been less interesting, except for the T-Jump one. When she gets someone bigger, or if Ryan Mullally comes on, and that time with Pisco, that was a good debate with Non-Fon and Gen Z lawyer. That was a really good debate. If she has stuff like that, then I'll probably migrate over there. But mainly, Speakeasy has the funnest panels with some of the funnest regulars, and it's not even so much like you were saying, it's a conservative thing. It's not even a Christian thing, because Teriak I would pretty much call a pagan.
He's a deist.
He's a deist. He's never declared himself so. Okay, so he said so.
He's finally said it, and it's because he's been pushed. He wasn't willing to admit that openly until recently, but he is a deist.
Well, the truth
comes out. It's why he argues from the basis of the logos or truth itself being an objective metric by which we do get our morals. He's just not willing to settle on any one given God, and so. There you have it. Logic and truth are transcendent, and so those seem to sit in the God spot for him right now.
Well, that's good to know, because I'd like to go revisit, if not visit for the first time, that Jim Bob debate he had, because it would be interesting to figure out the angles Jim Bob took with the deistic position, or at least what he may not have known was a deistic position.
Well, and there's a certain level of power in not taking a defined stance when you are debating people, right? Especially in Teriak's position when he's
hide the ball.
Right. He's navigating a strongly Christian atmosphere, generally speaking. People have very set beliefs. And so for him to say, well, mine isn't the Christian one, so the atheist and the others can't just pin him with the Bible. They can't pin him with Jesus's words, right?
No.
Right. And then when he's arguing with a Christian, then he can take some of the atheist views to use against their argument. And it's like, that's pretty clever, actually.
Yeah, it's just in the eternity sense, it's not very clever. You want to be reconciled to God,
Obviously.
But if I can make a general broad statement about people group, us Irish people, we like to play sage and we like to play rebellious trickster all the time. And one day we're gonna die as one or the other, but we can't be both. Every Irishman has to choose. And so I consider Teriak I don't know how young he is, but I think he's younger than me. So I consider him my Irish little brother, long lost little brother. He's got a certain cheekiness to him that I also share in some extent, although I don't let it rain havoc as much as he does. How Long Nate says, $5. Teriak is pretty skilled with his wobbly foundation. He really is. He's a wily fox.
So here's the thing with Teriak, and it's not like a plus or a minus. I think it's just what I've noticed in months of debating against him off and on VK and other things, and then also my own Swords of Reason where I've argued with him.
One sec.
He's good. Yes, he's good at either filibustering or doing the repetitive cutoff in order to keep you off your game, or he does amazing at tiny, slight diversions by degrees until you're too far away from the original target. And so he's very good at both of those things. And when he sews them together, all of a sudden you're arguing about dogs and you started with nuclear fission. And it's like, what is even happening right now? And then you have to rewire and go, wait. We have to go back to where we started.
That's why he chose Loki as his icon.
Of course it is.
He knows exactly what he is, and he knows exactly what he does, and he loves watching you inch, come on, go into the tiger trap.
And he's rather good at it.
Yeah, and he's just fun to watch. And then you got the wheel, and you got his panels, and all that kind of stuff overnight.
He's an entertaining fellow. He's an entertaining fellow for sure.
No wonder he makes money off of that, because he breathes all those elements. It's fun to watch. But yeah, my point is I don't see that nearly as much on Sarah's channel. There was a guy there who was asking everybody, you know, when are you going to get off your script? There was one guy who thinks everybody's got a script when they have a series of good questions. And it's like, dude, how about you just listen? If it's a good series of questions, you know, just.
Oh, I think you're talking about 10th Man, probably.
No, no, I'll just leave them anonymous, but you know,
okay.
Let's put it this way. The dynamic with all the motley crew we have at Speakeasy is just so much fun. And the way he handles it is a lot of fun. And you talk about the schism. There was also Grid Motorsports, which I've never been on Grid Motorsports. Nothing against him, but I saw in the past weeks there was drama between Grid Motorsports and Speakeasy as well. And where did this come from?
It's been there a long time.
Yeah,
it's been there a long time. So there's definitely the longer.
Are we on the same side? Kind of.
Right. Well, so the longer that you're in the space, the more you'll realize where the dividing lines exist. As far as like the deep story, the deep lore between why and how and when, I don't necessarily know that anybody should dig too deeply into it, as much as understanding is good. But like for me, part of what I do is I am not going to automatically stand on people's side because of a claim. And then even if I'm shown things, I don't know all the context of things that have happened. I can agree that certain actions that have been taken or done were wrong or crappy or good reason not to trust somebody anymore. Fine, I understand that. And I'm not going to jump into, like, if I'm on somebody's panel, say you have a fight with somebody and you no longer trust them and you're talking crap about them one day and I'm on your show, I'm not going to jump in and do it too, because I have no idea what's going on and it's not my business to talk crap on somebody's name. There's a certain level of defend the absent man that still exists within me, and I'm not willing to take shots at people that I don't know the whole story and I don't know their character well enough to make that choice. And so that's partially also why I'm Switzerland. Not because I don't have any loyalty to people. I do. I have friendships and built relationships with people in this space, but that doesn't mean I'm going to side with one over the other because I don't know well enough what's going on.
Yeah,
now, I could say, I think that person's a dick. I think that person's pretty rude when they're on, but other than that, I'm not gonna defend somebody or castigate somebody based on the words of somebody else that I'm sure of.
Yeah, I think that's great. Defend the absent man is a great way of showing that there's two sides to a story and that we can all get caught up and whipped up in some kind of frenzy and then create a panel about one person we don't know the whole story of, and before you know it, narrative wins and justice loses. We don't want that. We don't want to be a mob rule kind of thing, especially if we're there's many strains within the community. It's like, I don't like voting, I don't like democracy. It's like, yeah, but if you're doing the equivalent in the YouTube space, then, you know, without asking for evidence or asking the right thing, then yeah, you're doing the same thing as you're criticizing. One thing that comes up to mind for me when you say some of these things is Andrew Wilson and Tilly. Now, Andrew Wilson and I have differences, obviously. Some of them I think important enough to challenge him on, and that's what that's kind of how this all started for me. But at the same time, when I look at Tilly and the allegations she made against him, I need some really strong evidence that is the case. Now, has he said it? Has he said things that are tantamount to that? I mean, basically, in for good faith, it would be probably in a tongue-in-cheek kind of way. He did that debate with Rob on marital consent, we'll call it. Mm-hmm. And I thought that was a disgusting debate, but that doesn't make him guilty of anything. I think that was just debate for sake of debate and testing how well you can defend a position. I think that's what was going on there. I would not have chosen that. I would not have told everybody to do that. But that's not my call. And even on the Whatever podcast, he's said things that would, be tantamount to some kind of I would say that it was implied consent, but it was done in some sort of playful way among married people. I would not take it literally the way he phrased it just to be shocking. That's how I understand it.
Okay. So there's a certain level of debate tactic that utilizes shock value in order to put the other person off their game. And the thing is, this is something I've been talking about a lot lately, is when somebody takes a position in a debate and the general public, or even the person you're debating, right, your adversary in debate, takes that to mean that is your fundamental belief or your character is hinges on the argument that you're making, regardless of whether or not they've confirmed that to you, I think it's a fool's errand. I think it happens way too often. So somebody will come up and say, and I've seen this many times, they'll come up and say, this is not what I believe, but what if it was the case? And then they'll line it out, and it's something gruesome and horrific.
Yeah.
And then everybody attributes that to them from then on. And it's like, you do realize that they're arguing a point to take it to its logical extreme to see where if your logic actually makes sense in this framework, right?
Yeah.
And so I see that way too often. Now on Andrew's positions, I definitely see where he'll use that shock factor specifically for intended purpose, right? Now, people, oftentimes, when people haven't been married, they don't understand the ins and outs of the marital relationship or what biblically a relationship is. Like, my body isn't just mine, it's mine and my wife's. Her body's not just hers, it's hers and mine. And so
exactly. So just this is relevant because I challenged him on that exact passage, 1 Corinthians 7 verses 1 through 5 of the man's body does not belong to him, but the wife, and the wife's body does not belong to herself, but the man. And the whole point is conjugal rights. You cannot shut the door on sex to your spouse. You cannot use sex as a bargaining chip or do that. You are commanded to have a healthy sex life between the two of you. And that's and that's exactly what I brought up in our third debate. And he looks at me and he's like, well, because I was using that to challenge the idea that there are no rights. And then he was like, so what are you gonna, would you use force? I was like, well, no. Right. So he didn't push it with me and say, well, yeah, you can use force in that context with 1 Corinthians 7. He didn't say that. He could have, if that was his real position, but it's not.
Right, because that force oversteps a line that then becomes abuse, right?
Correct.
If like you said, it's open between the two, but if there's a contention of some kind, like no, or a reason or something, and it's like, oh, okay, then you back off, and most would say, yeah, that's right. But to take like the act of initiating without immediate consent as something terrible is crazy to me. Like, it seems really crazy. They'll be like, do you need to get consent every time you kiss your wife? You need to get consent every time you touch her body at all. Like, all of those things seem to, outside of marriage, in the secular world especially, they seem to be like, whoa, why would you do that? And it's like, are you kidding me? Like, do you understand how being with somebody for like a decade plus is? Like, so much becomes,
I'm not married, but the natural assumption is that so much becomes unspoken when it becomes routine. And when it becomes routine and you get deeper and deeper layers of understanding, there's deeper and deeper layers of communication, there's deeper and deeper layers of unspoken, communication that's just in the air of their relationship, and it's not going away.
Yep.
So yeah, but my point with that too was, even though we don't know, quote unquote, the guilty or innocent status of Andrew, we have more than enough reasonable, how do I put this? Just the burden of proof on her is extremely high, and I think I was discussing with Emmett or somebody's panel about where and when the British standard went from innocent until proven guilty, and it was like not until 1998. But it depends. Anyway, the point I'm getting at is, when it comes to this issue between Tilly and Andrew, I tend to side very strongly with Andrew, because not just because of Andrew's sake, because he's in this regard an innocent man who is being accused of something he probably didn't do ever, but also it's like a final pushback against the trend that had gone too far, which was the Me Too movement, where I think at the beginning, the Me Too movement was good because it was exposing men who used actual power for actual crimes, but it just fell out of control. I think there was a moment where it was fine, and then it was just like, yeah. Anyway, the point is, in this case, this could be a very public putting down of the abuse of the actual victimhood. If there are actual victims out there, those should be protected. But we don't want to make it to where victimhood becomes a thing skepticism is always pointed at. We want victimhood to have a status where people give serious attention to it. But the more it's abused, the more victims can be abused, because you've broken the victim button.
Right. Well, and there's the secondary piece to this, right? I agree with you 100% on that part. Definitely. And I would say anybody within any Christian belief system, whether it's non-denominational Christian all the way into Orthodoxy, would agree that we don't want random dudes abusing women for sex, right? That's not okay by any metric to us. And so this is separated from the marriage topic. And what happened is the Me Too happened to like businessmen who are getting sexual favors from their workers, to all the way into dating and then into marriage. And it's like, this doesn't even make sense for the context that it started as. And all it was used for is to victimize men. It was used to make men into scarier monsters than Me Too had already made them into in the eyes of the public. And in this case, for Andrew, it's like, I agree with you. It's a crazy thing to take his speech in a debate about a topic, even if it was shocking. They're just words. You have no evidence of this thing that you're saying about him. But the secondary thing is, men who are called those kinds of things can have their reputation ruined for the rest of their life.
Right.
In ways that are so catastrophic, you've destroyed that person's life. And that's why we've literally seen that, right?
And that's why famous public pushback has got to happen, to be like, look, you can't get away with doing this. You can't just flippantly do what Tilly did and just say, well, he's a this. Really? How do you know for certain to has to say that? And then she does the double down, which was the worst move. Oh, and then on the top of that, Destiny pledged $100,000 at least to her case if she decided to move forward.
Of course.
Insane. Okay.
That's
real quick. John Castle says, I reported the channel for cap. Sorry. I don't know what that means.
What's the cap, John?
As in
What's
the lie?
Cap, John? Yeah, well, cap is lie.
Yeah.
So I think he's being a smartass, but who knows which thing he's saying is cap.
Yeah. You're on trial now, John. You made the charge. Bring it to the court.
Mm-hmm.
The president is waiting. Oh, right. Big hat. Okay. I wonder where he was going. Sport Brand says, well, innocent until proven guilty was made a human right in 1998, started in Roman law. Yeah, well, I'm glad we had it in America. The reason I bring that up, though, is there was a movie called Denial, which had to do with HCOST denying in, I think, the 70s. And at the time, it was guilty until proven innocent. And there was somebody who was an HCOST denier who was called out by Rachel Weisz's character as being such. And then, so I think he sued her for slander, according to the movie, based on a true story. And then, so she had to prove the case, and by doing so, had to prove the HCOST. It was some historical British trial. Do you remember that movie?
No, but it sounds really familiar to me.
Yeah. But that's kind of what it's clever. Like. Yeah. Well, that's kind of what it's like is, the guilty until proven innocent thing. The first one to say that you're a blank wins until you can surmount some kind of overwhelming attack bigger than that on your opponent. That's not the way it ought to be.
This actually leads me into some of the other stuff that's going on, not necessarily only on the internet, although I think it probably started on the internet, because the trend I see is things that we discuss here in like crazy ways, whether it's in debate or just conversations, tend to trend into the real world within time, right? So like we'll be arguing about things that isn't really being talked about, and then within the next year or so, I see it becoming a popular topic outside of just the internet spaces that we're in, whether it shows up in the news, or it shows up on TV shows, or it shows up in conversations out in the world. And so I think there should be a mindfulness of that. I think as creators, if we are, as much as that sounds terrifying, trend setting in some way, we should be aware that that is the case.
Now, have you been on YouTube since about 2016 or so?
I mean, I've been on longer than that, but yeah.
So I remember when I had transitioned from being a talk radio nut to more of a YouTube personality nut. And it all started with Ben Shapiro, Steven Crowder, Paul Joseph Watson, Lauren Southern, Bering, some black guy, Shoe on Head, all those people that were doing the mainstream thing. You know, and by the mainstream thing, I mean like what has become mainstream, if not considered somewhat milquetoast by today's standards. But about 10 years ago, it was a breaking thing. Milo Yiannopoulos,
Cutting edge.
right? Right. And then he was going to speak at CPAC up until the point where the trad cons were like, nope, see this montage of things you've said about kids? No. Anyway, but it is a trendsetter because I noticed all the things I was saying was 6 months into the future of Fox News. Everything that was going on as a conversation about college campuses and bills in Canada and things like that. Those are things that YouTube was talking about. Fox News was still on the GDP and the war and the primaries and very dad with the newspaper and the cup of coffee kind of stuff. Not so much the subversive, edgy, all the intersectionality stuff, all the pronouns, all the microaggression stuff that now is just passe. The safe spaces, those are passe. Those are yesterday's news. But at the time, there was a huge divide in the sources, and the older people looked at the younger people as if they were crazy. Oh, you must be getting this from some obscure website. We're like, no, have you seen Evergreen University? Do you know who Brett Weinstein? All this kind of stuff, you know. And then now I think that mainstream media, as you pointed out, is trailing behind the rest of us who are actually on the ground. We got our phones, we're out there, and their vans can't beat our phones. Their news vans cannot beat our instant shorts.
Nope. And instant communication as well. The information travels so fast through whether it's YouTube or Discord or wherever that there's thousands or tens of thousands that are on the know before anybody in the world, like the outside world, is. And by then, those 1,000 to 10,000 people then now have channels talking about it. So that news is already exploded in a day old before it hits anything else. And so it's kind of a crazy thing to watch happen. But even with the safe spaces and everything else you were just talking about, that all started more or less in internet spaces for sure. You saw this whole, even the trans stuff that's happened was very online centric in its origin, in its infancy, at least its modern iteration. Was very internet centric, right? And then it exploded from there. And I think part of that is because the communities that were talking about it or empowering it in whichever way spurred off into their viewership, and their viewership took that and ran with it in their lives outside of the internet. And so there's that as well. There's that whole linkage of people that's happening between the creators and the communities connected to the creators. And it's driving things. So if ever there was something I would say is, if you want to change culture, make sure you're pushing the culture that you want to see as a creator, because you may actually have an effect in the greater world than you think you do, even if it's small.
And that's a motivation, but it's also terrifying for the people on the other side who have way, way more hundreds of thousands of subscribers than you do. I mean, after some of the things that Destiny has allegedly said and allegedly done, it's amazing that he still has, I don't know, what is it, 300,000 or more, maybe even more by maybe, I haven't even checked in a while. But the things he can say on Piers Morgan and just get away with, and it's totally fine. He has the same following. He can still do his college tours completely unharmed. Not that I want any harm to anybody, but it's amazing. It's amazing who gets picked for the worst fates, and then the people with the worst rhetoric are the most safe. That's how it seems to me.
Almost like it's almost like the world embraces that which is not good.
It's almost like we live in a fallen state, wouldn't you say, Abe? Don't we live in a fallen state? Where's JS?
Have you forgiven your mama?
Do you know black people?
Oh man.
Yeah. Dude, some of his interviews are
so
hilarious.
Good.
It's like if Borat was real.
So good.
Did you see I covered this at least once or twice, but did you see his interview with Not So Erudite?
Yes, but I don't remember it in the ins and outs of it, but I do remember watching some of it.
It is wild. His theology is off the charts. Women are worship the devil, and then men are made in the image of, men are made in the image of God, and women worship the devil, and women. And he argues that women are solely made in the image of man and not made in the image of God. That only man's made in the image of God. I'm like, that is crazy. That is crazy. Yeah. So again, back to your point about influence. Yeah, that's scary but understandable, because I think one thing that's happening, not just the news warfare, but it also communicates sort of a class warfare, because there's the generational boomer stuff, which often is a proxy for class and how much money you have because of the economies you've gone through in your lifetime. Then there's also the tech divide, which the younger people are going to be more apt to this kind of tech and communication. The older people aren't going to be. So that's going to be a communication divide. There's going to be a tradition divide, which would be trust the mainstream sources, trust the mainstream media, trust the government more, and which is the boomer sort of thing. And then the younger generations are distrust the government, come up with a new conspiracy theory because it's all a lie, and then go on the internet and find it out from Alex Jones or something like that. So there's advantages and disadvantages to both. And the real sad tragedy of it is what you're supposed to do as a human being as you get older is to gain more wisdom so you can pass it on to the generations. And you should have a cumulative effect from generation to generation. But what's happened in America is I think we're so hyper individualistic. We shouldn't be collectivistic, but we should be a lot more communitarian, somewhere in the middle, where people genuinely care about each other and have independence at the same time. But because of all these incentive structures that divide us, and these cultural rallying cries we have to be divided, to find a camp, and to fight, it has disincentivized the old people to give, and has disincentivized the young people to listen. And I think that's a big fissure point in Western culture right now.
Yeah, it gets real deep when you start digging into it. Actually, it gets really, really deep, because you need accountability, and you need something that holds that accountability beyond the self, because the self can never be truly accountable. There's a whole bunch to it, and I think that the divisions that have happened in the world today is driven by selfishness as its primary cause, probably, I would say.
Yeah.
Like even the cultural differences, the differences in the communities, that whether it's left and right, whether it's Christian and secular, it doesn't matter what it is. I think that there is a level of any selfishness that you try to input into the cultural narrative, the overall, the whole, you do damage to yourself and the whole. And that's not to say that we need to like communize, right? But there has to be a level of community,
exactly,
accountability to one another and to God. And so, yeah.
Right, but if we don't start with looking to God, nothing else is going to fall in place. If we don't start with Christ as being king, literally, we're not going to care about God. It's like, that's why I think it's in First John. It's either First John or James, where it talks about like, how can you say you love God but you hate your brother? I'm paraphrasing,
right?
But how can you say that you hate God and love your brother? It also works too. So if we're a society that has rejected God and hates God, we can't truly love anybody, and we see everybody else as a means to an end for our own support.
Well, absolutely. So the denial of self, for instance, if you're selfish and you've put yourself in the God spot, then you're incapable of denying yourself in that mindset, in that framework.
Right.
And so I would say that's what puts us further and further away from God, and will drive us to commit to sin in the name of self rather than seeking refinement, so to speak. And I think I see that all the time. So I think it's the base part for like all of the all the bad action.
Yeah, no one's going to seek refinement if they're going to see everybody else is wrong compared to them, and they've got their right way going on. That's why. Okay, I'll open this can of worms. What is your opinion on isolationism?
I don't know. I joke around often about America needs to just colonize it all, because at least at least then we can put some kind of values in place in the places that are horrific at this point in time. But I can understand a level of isolationism, because as far as we'll go this way, as far as a nation is concerned, the federal government's responsibility to its people is their defense first and foremost, right? And isolation, if you can produce everything that you need within your nation, isolation makes a lot of sense. If we're talking about purely military, then you could still trade and that would be fine.
My thing
But
is
that then damns your allies, right?
right. It's like we don't have to like. There was an after panel on Teriak's debate with counterpoints on the whole Iran thing, which all I saw was like maybe the last 10 minutes of it, and the insults that counterpoints was giving to Teriak with just communicated deep, profound frustration. And so the Irishman to me is just like laughing at that. But when I got on the panel, Premonition and Avarice and Cross Currents and some others were along the line. Bass Guitar were all saying that. Well, I don't think Bass Guitar is an isolationist, but they were pushing in that direction. And I'm thinking to myself, what about our alliances? You know, oh, screw our alliances. They don't do anything for us. They've negated they've abdicated their duties. We should just do the same. And it's like, no, I mean, if we keep our word, obviously, if it's totally one way, then just officiate the breaking of it. But don't have it be standing and then violate it. Just officiate that we're breaking our alliances. Number one, and then number two, as long as we have Democrats in this country, they're going to vote environmental laws. So we can't get all the oil we want. We can't get all the cobalt we would want. We can't get all the minerals we would want, because there's all these protected lands and all these protected things that are in the way, you know. And if we get shellacked in 2026, we're probably going to get the EPA back stronger than ever. You know, at some point, if we get a Newsom administration or Kamala Harris administration or whatever kind of dark, long tunnel we're headed for. And so I think we're always going to need allies. I think we're always going to need imports of some kind. We're always going to need to participate in a trade of some kind.
So we have another Big Ten from Nate. Thank you very much. He says, Monroe Doctrine isolationism? Take the whole Western Hemisphere?
Does that mean open borders, basically? Have an EU of the West?
No, I think it'd be the United States of America and its children, or something along those lines. But so I understand where you're coming from with that, right? Like you're going to need allies. But the thing is, okay, let's put it into small terms, because I like to do that. It's just like when I talk to people about the border issues that we have. You have a household, you should have doors on your house, and you should be able to keep people out if you choose not to have them in. And if people force themselves inside your home, you should have the right to either throw them out, or if they commit violence against you, defend yourself.
Yep.
And the same is true for our nation. Now, if we looked at it in the same way with the isolationism claim, it would be either it's somebody you know or don't know, and you've made a deal with them, and they continually break the deal that they've made with you to the tune of backstabbing you and causing you harm. Will you continue making deals and honoring the deals you've made with them? Because that is the case with many of our allies when you look at the whole of our allyship.
Yeah.
Because I don't think that you would keep making deals with them. At the very least, it would be honorable and good of us to say to the allies that we feel have done those things, look, we are no longer going to have your back until a time at which we believe that it is worth it to our people and our tax dollars, and you have not harmed us or screwed us or forced us to take the burden from you repeatedly.
Yeah.
before we can step back in and do anything for you.
I think part of the incentive is, okay, let's say that they do keep taking advantage of us and it's a very one-way kind of deal. At the very least, what we would get out of it is they don't succumb to China or Russia. In the meantime, as long as they don't succumb to China or Russia, then China or Russia don't have exclusive access to the resources that they do. And if China or Russia gets exclusive access to the resources that they do, they can make a much more difficult assault to us in the future if we just kind of let the weeds grow.
Right. Okay. But if that is the case, if it is the case that we believe Russia and China are that great of a threat to our either economy or our actual bodily safety of the American people, then what good does it do to continually push tax dollars out the door to keep those countries at bay rather than to put our foot down on those countries and say, this is it, you're done. You're not going to keep pushing into our territories. You're not going to keep causing trade wars. We're done with this. And if you continue to do so, we'll just make sure that you are isolation, that you can never leave, that you can't trade outside your borders.
Which would be easier to do if their borders don't extend to all of Asia or all of Europe.
But that would be a one shot. It wouldn't be like, the problem is people misunderstand the nature of like geopolitics, right? I understand having friends. I understand having allyship. But the U.S., as it stands currently, is in a position, and may not continue to be in this position, but is in the position that we are strong enough to do just about anything on the world stage. Even if the whole of the allied nations turned on the U.S. would still win that fight.
Yeah.
At this current point. And there's no nation out there that stands a chance against our Navy or our Air Force or any of our military. So if it was the case that we needed or wanted something to go a certain way, all we'd have to do is dictate and hold accountable those who we see fit. And that's not to say we should enslave anyone. I'm saying that
Right.
If it is the case that we see China as an actual existential threat, or North Korea, or Iran, or Russia, it would be as simple as, kind of like Trump is doing, a kingdom will end if you don't fall in line.
Yeah. Well, that's when you have a president that does not give a rip and is not looking at the next election and all that kind of stuff. I think his move with Iran is purely strategic and purely what he actually thinks is going to be good for the country and the world, because it's not winning him anything in the polls, right? It's a very risky move to take as long as he has in Iran. So I tend to think that it's his advisors, it's his experts, it's not Raytheon, it's not just like one guy who wants to make a quick buck. I think he thinks this is really in the world's interest and America's interest. But my thing is, when you say, oh, we got the biggest military, it goes right back to the founding of this country, which is, the sun never sets on the English Empire. And then we got a bunch of young upstarts, shall we say, under-resourced upstarts out in the colonies somewhere. How is that going to face up against Britain? Well, it depends on how things look to. Obviously, France was a rival at the time. France helped us gain our independence. You never know what's going to happen in war. You never know how one thing can change everything. And so I wouldn't want to take the risk of, while we have the numbers, we have the tech and all that kind of stuff, things can take you by surprise. And on top of that, I mentioned Democrats last time. The enemy within is going to propagandize anything anti-America during that time. If America makes any missteps in a world war where they're like, it's us versus everybody else, the left-wing media is going to make it that we're doing all the war crimes ever. It's going to totally put it even more deep chilling effect on the American public support for it, which is going to cause societal confusion, societal unrest. Riots are now just like what you do on the weekends. It's a different time now. I don't think we have the same social stability as we did in like 1984.
Okay, so sure. Not what I said before about the military and even if there was an allyship to come against us, it wasn't to say that we should go to war with anyone or that I want that to happen. It's the statement that because we hold the predominant position on this planet, and it is the case so far that I know of, that we have made leaps and bounds worldwide, right? Like currently, starvation worldwide is lower than obesity. In the first time in all of human history, more people are fed and overfed even on the world stage than has ever been. And that is a byproduct of America's success in the world. It isn't the success of China. It isn't the success of Russia. And those things have built upon what has made America into the powerhouse that it is. We rose the standard worldwide during our time as the predominant power on earth. And so when I look at the world stage and I see, okay, that's a bad actor by just about every country's standard, that's a bad actor. That nation over there is a bad actor. That other one over there is a bad actor. Most of the world sees them as so. And we need to keep pumping more and more and more aid into these small countries around that country to keep them protected and defended. And just we just keep letting the bad actor do the bad thing over and over and over again. And then say, well, we have to have allies because they're gonna suffer, and we also need things from those allies, so we have to keep amiable relationships with them. It's like, okay, I get that, but like, if you are the predominant power and the world has been bettered by your existence, and the bad actors are accepted as bad actors by most of the world stage, why would you not go to those countries and say, you're going to put your shit right, or we're all coming for you?
Yeah, no, I think we should definitely leverage our position to get our allies in shape. Number one, I think Europe has spent a lot of time under our umbrella, our protective umbrella, militarily, and I think it's good to have them have their own militaries and have their own force. The thing that makes us nervous was what happened, almost a century ago, which was when everybody got very identitarian and everybody got in their corners. Part of that was what the League of Nations and the EU was trying to solve back at that time, was trying to say, how can we have a vested interest and a common goal of shared prosperity and a culture of economic success and things like that, where everything is different but between country to country, but you have the peace and then you have all the things that you would want, the bread and circuses to keep us all comforted and together. And then America can take care of all the war stuff because they haven't been wrecked to smithereens like we have out here, and they're able to capitalize on the fact that they are still in good shape. That was a part of what people call the post-war consensus, and we've enjoyed that for a long time.
I would agree with that, but part of the issue is that when you make those kinds of consensuses, you're doing it from a baseline of like the federal and or encroaching government of each and every nation. You're not looking at the individual people. You're not looking at religious beliefs. You're not looking at cultures. And in the modern era, what we find is things like the EU and others are now doing the woke type stuff. And that's because what's happened is when you find relative peace and comfort sets in, you become very decadent. You become very unaware.
Froofy.
Yes. And I think that that's the case we've seen in every great kingdom that's fallen, is things get better and better until you get comfortable. And then because you're now comfortable and it's pretty easy to survive, you expand your social net, you expand your help for everyone, including other nations, to your own detriment at times, until what happens is you start falling inward. And because now you're falling inward and you've already made all these laws and these programs that can't just be swept away, you now have to continue to fund them. And the only way to do that is to expand, to take more resources, to take more territories, to push others out. So either you grow into a completely cohesive unit as a world, or at the very least, a hemisphere, a cultural hemisphere, and you hold everything at the standard, or you let it collapse, you let it fall in, and you start all over. And we've seen that repeatedly. You look at Rome, you look at Britain during its earlier phases, every nation that's done this pattern has seen the same results. And if we're the next one, maybe we should pay attention to the results.
Yep. I say just close the border, take Greenland. That's a good start. Close the border, kick out illegals, take Greenland, voter ID.
And like what Nate just said, he said he's basically talking about the actual Western Hemisphere, like North and South America. Like this whole side of the planet. That's it. This is Western culture. Christianity is the more dominant religion. We're going to hold this to the Western values that we hold at the very time. And that's that.
Well, Western culture is mainly first world, right? I don't know what you would call Mexico through Chile, through
Sure,
Argentina.
but they're predominantly Catholic in South America. At the very least, they're predominantly Catholic in most South American countries. There's tribal belief systems, there's secularism, there's all of that still. But there isn't like you don't look south and go, well, most of Argentina is Islamic. No, there's no nation in our western half of the planet, if you want to call it Western, because you could call it.
I don't know what you
anything,
want to.
really.
I don't know what you want to call it because the most
The
of when I
Americas.
think
How about
when I
that?
think yeah, but when I think Western, I think of America, Canada, Australia, Western Europe,
Culturally Western, yeah.
culturally Western. The thing that's going to typically stay the way how do I put this? The least worst we got going on as far as I know right now. There are places where there are traditional beliefs, but like they're still under, say, the Kremlin or something like that. There are places that have traditional beliefs, but they elected Maduro, and before that they elected Chavez, right? And Cuba was probably Catholic at a time before Che Guevara came into power at some
Well,
point.
you know why that is, though.
Russia, Marxism.
Well, that too, of course, but like there's a certain level of Christianity does jive well with big community, with structured communities. And so when you
So it's
start selling the
parasitic.
idea, when you start selling the idea of communism or socialism, it seems to make sense from a secularist Christian worldview, right? Like if you're a Christian that doesn't actually read their Bible and doesn't actually believe and doesn't actually attend a church, socialism and communism kind of feel like they fall into what the Bible is. Jesus kind of seemed like he was completely egalitarian and mostly socialist, which is completely false, but
Right. If you have
So
like
then
a
it
third grader's
seems-
understanding of
right.
reading, yeah.
which is a lot of people. To be fair,
Yeah,
it's a
it is.
lot of people who claim to be Christian, don't read their Bible and don't know what's going on, right?
Right.
And so you end up with, or they only have Latin masses where they are and they don't speak Latin, or there's like different things that can happen. And so there's that. And then there's hard times. When hard times come and a system falls into place that says, look, we're going to make it equal across the board, and most of your society is suffering, they're going to take that. They're going to take that and they're going to run with it. And so, and just like the US is now, right? Everybody cries about the income inequality and all these things. Well, when you start hanging that carrot over their head that looks like it's going to make everyone equal and everybody receive, and there's not going to be all this disparity, which, by the way, this disparity is natural. Humanity has done this for thousands of years. It always ends up this way because there's way too much to it to go into all of it. But when you hang that carrot above, you're going to have most of your society, because most are not on the high end of income. That's just the way it always works. Most that are on the lower end of the society's income and receiving what is good in life are going to take it. They're going to say, yeah, I would love to live better than I live now. So you introduce a system like that, you get a charismatic person who's at the top of this, selling the lie, they fall into it.
Yeah.
But if they had something better to look at,
Well, I would challenge, people who are tempted with that. I understand that the poverty can make you very desperate, and that, you see a wave of people who are already desperate and you want to fall in with the wave because of the threat. And that's what a lot of leftist movements do, is it's peace or else, right? It's peace on our terms kind of a thing. And I would challenge them to read First Samuel, where it talks about how people wanted a king in Israel. And what's the statement on that? They have not. Samuel was saying how this was not a good thing. They already had the leader. The leader was God. The leader, God, communicated to people through the priesthood and through the written laws and everything like that. And Samuel was told by God, they have not rejected you, they have rejected me. Now, God had a purpose in them putting forward a king. King David was a type of Christ and things like that. But at the same time, what I think is going on is because people have lost the strength of their convictions, they want strength in men. They want strength in status. They want strength in what they can see and what they can present and what they can show people physically. And because they have lost the cherishing for that which is good and yet invisible, which is God. And so I think the lack of strength and the lack of trust in God has put more of a incentive for trust in centralization, especially like if you read The Case for Christian Nationalism, which is a big ethno-statist book. He has a whole chapter on the Christian prince in there, and I haven't read that yet, but I think I get the gist of it. It's like one centralized figure with tons of charisma and all the talent, and somebody can go wow at. And it's like we're not supposed to be deifying that. The only man we're supposed to be worshiping is the God Man, Jesus Christ. That's the thing. And so when we try to replace Christ with a antichrist of such, and there are many kinds of antichrists as well, but when we're doing that, it's because we are weak inside, dead inside, looking for something that is not God but can do the functions of God so as to suit our pride.
Right. Well, and I think that there's a bunch of pieces to that too, right? Like there wasn't supposed to be a king because man isn't supposed to be overman in a way that is like godlike, right? You shouldn't be the god of human beings when you are yourself also just a man. But at the same time, they were given a king because that's what they desired, and they continued to do it anyway. So God said, okay, you can have a king then. And then they got to suffer under that, right?
Yeah, they got what they voted for, good and hard, as some people like to say. I mean, it also reminds me, it's a type of judgment. It's similar to when Israel was in the wilderness and they wanted meat, and so God gave them quail. But He gave them quail until He said He will give it to you till you give it out your nostrils. So you're vomiting it out your nostrils. We'll give it to your quail. And as many of them were still having food in their mouths, He struck them with the disease, and many of them were killed because of their greed and their unthankfulness towards God for all the things He had provided for them in that time where they're in the wilderness.
Yeah.
So be careful what you wish for, people, because
Always be careful what you wish for.
Right, because you just might get it.
Yep. And that's an old proverb, right? Whether it's from the Bible or Christianity or anywhere else, there's always that proverb of, you make a wish. Do you know all the entailments of the wish that you're making?
Yeah, monkey's paw.
Yeah. So
a little bit of that there.
Yeah.
Well, hey, Abe, unless you have any other spicy, interesting topics, I do have to get to church in the morning, and so I'm going to hit the sack at any point.
Sure.
But is there anything you want to promote, anything you want to talk about, anything that you wanted to bring to the audience attention before I skidoo? And maybe, I don't know, How Long Nate can come up or something?
Yeah, I'd love to have Nate up. Well, the one thing I would say is it looks like we're going to do another Foursquare here coming up. You, me, and some others.
Yes.
On the 22nd, right?
Yeah, the 22nd is what people have agreed to. The prompt, where's my brain? The prompt for the Foursquare this time is, does race exist and does racism exist? Now, I'm going to be arguing that race does not exist, but racism does. JS Urban Adventures is going to be on board, and he is going to be arguing that race does not exist and racism does not exist. Mo Rebuttal will also return for this Foursquare, and he will be saying the prompt in response to it, if I can get my Yoda-like syntax together. His position is rather that race exists and racism exists. So it's going to be another exciting three-way tussle here on the Abe Dinkus channel on the Wednesday, the 22nd.
And what was it? I can't remember, 8 or 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. 8.
So we were looking at 8 to 11 ish Eastern Standard Time, and of course, however you want to go from there. Yep. It'd be cool. Last one was really fun.
After if we can.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Good. Yeah,
so. Absolutely.
Anyhow, it's gonna be a fun one.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be a fun one. We're among friends, so. Mm-hmm. Mr. President, thank you so much for having me on. I look forward to more of your streams. I hope that the rest of your health goes well for the foreseeable future. I hope things are doing well in the homestead in Montana, and I hope we have good showing for Foursquare before I start to lose my brain power.
Heck yeah.
Vibe says everyone seems to do race wrong. Well, I don't know
This'll
what
be a
that
good one.
means, but maybe we'll figure it out. Have a good night.
You too. God bless. Re-examination show. All right. That was for fun. See, if you just open a panel and have people up to chit chat, maybe you'll stumble on some things. Maybe you'll find out good things. Maybe you'll learn something about yourself. Who knows? I guess my question would be, what is Emmett doing now? Because I might. Oh, you want me to link it? I can link Nate if you want. Or I can jump on Emmett's. It's up to you guys. I can link mine and you can come up here, or I can jump on Emmett's and throw poo. You know. And thank you again, everybody, for being here. Make sure you hit the like and subscribe from the chat there. And consider donating to help me continue doing the stream thing. Making shows, having debates, hosting debates. I know that we're supposed to do some more music wars coming up between Dan and I. I don't know when that will happen because things kind of got real wonky for a while there. I'm supposed to have more interviews still. I'm in communication with them. People you guys all know. So once I get, Date Wars 3 should be coming up as well. Emmett and I were talking about it before. Everything kind of went a little bit wonky for me, and I have to gather some people together, but I think we can get some bigger creators as our contestants, so to speak, on it, and I think that would be a lot of fun. Maybe some of the people Andrew's debated, have them come on and argue against the conservative side a little bit about dating and marriage. That'll be a lot of fun. So do we know what's going on? Oh, Nate's here. I'm just like evidently not seeing it. Good to see you, Nate.
I may have bad lag.
Okay. That's all right.
Okay. So
I'm patient.
Yeah, I looking at my time, I can't leave yet because there won't be spots to park in Barstow until about 2 p.m. So I need to wait a little while before I head out.
I gotcha.
But anyway, yeah, I it's good to see you back on, and
Thank you.
It's been good to hear from you. Anyway, yeah, the Foursquare idea, that's pretty dang cool. It was frustrating. It was more frustrating for me to hear that all three sides were talking past each other throughout it, but
that's fair.
That's
I tried to drag them back in line on certain things, but it's hard when it's the three, because if they might be talking past each other this direction, or they might be talking past each other this direction, or they might all be talking past each other in all directions. And so when I try to elucidate the point and figure out where are we missing the linkage here, it started a whole new argument every time that I did it. So I was like, yeah, I'm not sure. But I think it makes it more fun because then they're just going at each other, kind of.
True. I just,
I need to open it up after, though. I definitely need to open it up after so you guys can come up and say, hey, what about this? Why do you guys not discuss this thing? And actually tear in as well, because I think that would, if things are like talking past each other or causing that kind of feeling for you, if you could come up after the fact and talk to them to really hammer it in, I think that would help.
Right. Well, it's just like nobody ever contended with Def Knot's constant appeals to her previous videos. that were not viewed at the time of the
Right.
discussion, right? So it's like it doesn't matter what you have said with who previously. None of us have heard and today agreed with that. So it is as pointless as saying flippity doo da, so I win. You know,
Right.
yeah,
Right.
it's
True.
just it was difficult. I think, but then the open panel is hard because you get too many people yelling at people, and especially there where she was definitely feeling ganged up on. She could not contend with the religious aspect and just refused to even engage with the sociological aspect between the two opponents that she was going up against.
Right.
So like she just had no position to contend with the religious aspect. So you know, it was interesting, very
Well,
interesting.
that's also
So
partially why, Nate,
uh,
when I jumped in, I tried to bring things up like, okay, so if we drop the Superman one and we just go to this person's a billionaire and the law can't touch them because they're financially capable of evading everything, right? So I reduced that to something that is realistic that then you would still have to contend with. And the same with the moral standings that she couldn't answer for in religious context, because she's saying that basically it's the consensus makes what is moral, and then from that we have rights, and rights are inherent. But if there's no basis for inherency, that's why then I started asking her if she thought that there was a difference between right as a concept and right as a legal thing, and trying to get her to open up on that. But I still never really felt like that was resolved either, and I didn't know how to get into it enough to make it resolve for myself or for the audience.
right. I don't think that she actually I in the other things that I've seen her in, and this is not like picking on her. This is just a critique of what I have seen.
Sure.
She doesn't have a deep enough understanding beyond your average 12th grader that has gone through the United States public school system, and men were brutally abusive to all women prior to 1979 when they could finally get their own credit card in their own name, right? Like
Right.
that's just
I think
the
Yeah.
it's like we say in the debate sphere that that conflict is the air we breathe, it is the water in which we swim. Feminism just is the world, and she has to learn to accept that there may be a different standpoint
Yeah.
that she needs to mentally wrestle with, and to even understand someone else's argument.
Yeah, it's kind of like the two worlds issue, right? Where we actually live in different worlds perceptually, right? Because the world has sown these belief systems and or lies all this time, and it's very difficult to get somebody who fully believes what they've been told throughout their life to see that it's false. And because it's been pumped into their head their whole life, even if you can show them the facts
Right.
that they believe are false, they are still holding to it because they have to let go of a part of themselves if they let go of that information.
Yeah, exactly. Well, because identity is, I mean, it is now just expected that your thoughts, your views are tied to your identity. You know what I mean? You have to form
Yep.
them around who you think you are rather than conforming your rather than conforming your identity to reality. right?
Well, it's the whole thing
So,
of not being of
it,
the world, right?
it's crazy to me. It's right. It is just crazy to me that so many of the atheists or the secularists want to be able to reconstruct reality around their feelings, right? But then refuse to acknowledge any kind of metaphysical reality, which would actually need to be there in order to reconstruct reality. You know what I mean?
Yep.
It's I don't see where they miss that connection.
So this is something like for me, this is like a long time thing, like decades long thing that I've been trying to wrestle with internally, like mentally. And it's the frameworks that people live within, their perceptual. I would call it the representational model, right? Because perception is built from you outward, basically. You lay your essence, if you could, your beliefs, your thoughts, your everything over what you see within the world. So your beliefs literally color the world a particular way. And it's very difficult to break into someone else's representational model when they've safeguarded it every possible way and will deny anything that comes in. And I'm still working on how to gain footing into it to help people see things they can't currently see. Sometimes it works to be the shock factor, the bam, 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 you're an idiot, crack the facade and get in. But sometimes it's better to have them break down the ideas themselves until it breaks internally. And so I'm still juggling between those things because I watch Andrew do it all the time. He'll fracture somebody's world belief, and then either they'll hate him forever because he fractured it, or they'll come back later and be like, wait, you were right on this thing, and I need to understand more. And so for me, my difference is, and you've seen me debate, most of the time I use questioning methods that force them to break their own instead of doing it to them. So there's a balance here that I'm still trying to work out.
Right. The Socratic method where you.
Yeah.
Right. The Socratic method where you actually let them answer questions to walk them through their view and help them see where there might be some inconsistencies where you can offer a different position. And that can work really well unless you have somebody who is just so completely and totally headstrong. Someone like Death Knot, that's not going to get through to him. Nothing is going to get through to her until she has created an epistemic crisis of her own.
Sure. I think if I could show the incongruency of enough things that are linked rather completely or tangentially to the thing, then eventually it will be, well, at the very least, the person has to admit they don't know. And the more you don't know, the more you should be unsettled by why you believe something, even though you don't know. At the very least.
Yeah. The problem is she can't she has yet that I've seen been able to see anywhere that she might not know that is brought out to her as anything other than a personal attack for her lack of understanding. It's calling her stupid if she has to admit she doesn't know something.
So,
does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
So she
actually.
instantly goes into reactionary mode and shuts down.
Well, most people will, right? Most people will do that. And the reason, especially if you're doing it as like an online debate, because this is a public forum, so more people see it. If you could have a conversation with people that do have that predilection to go into defensive mode outside of a public forum, you may have a better chance of helping them understand. Right?
Right. Well, that's where like in years prior, that's where someone like Steven Crowder was really great at actually teaching through his streams, teaching people how to use the Socratic method and
Right.
giving people the guidance on where to find more other sources on how to fine tune their use of the Socratic method. Because in a one-on-one conversation, that definitely does break down more barriers than it throws up. But the other part of it is, on all angles of conversation, society is just, it has been impolite for too long to have a discussion with someone who disagrees with you on anything. Religion, politics, the day that the trash should be picked up, whatever. It's just rude to have those conversations where you disagree, and society has basically just capitulated itself into a knot. And so we need to be encouraging more of this, but at the same time standing firm in the directions that we would like to see culture move back to, as at a foundational level, so that we can actually have those conversations with people who are ready for them.
Yeah, that's true. I think that we're making headway in that. We're seeing more and more influxes of people coming into spaces like these to have conversations. And sometimes their worldview gets rocked, and sometimes they're like, oh, wow, now I understand better. We're seeing that more and more every day, which I think is really good. And like I said earlier, the culture that we see here, the conversations we're having, the things we talk about, all of these things aren't really seen or talked about in the public for a little while after they hit these scenes, right? They're on the internet first. I remember watching all the debates of like Destiny and Andrew and Rob and all of that years ago. And those same topics that they were like hashing out back then slowly but surely trickled into the mainstream. And now there are things being talked about that we were talking about 4 or 5 years ago that now is finally mainstream being talked about. For instance, what you just said, right? Like, we have to be able to argue things in the public. It's part of making things work,
Right.
is not being afraid to address the topics and have the conversations.
Yeah. So there is another there's another guy coming up that I think you could work really well with if you guys could coordinate schedule. The Potato.
Yes.
His channel, The Potato's Eye.
Yep.
I
like him. He's a good
really
fella.
good guy.
Yep.
And he is just totally put off with the confrontational debate. Yeah. He tends to lean a little more toward the keeping open mind conversation,
Mhm.
than I really like. But that's just my own thing. I left my mind open so open in my late teens and early 20s that I lost half my brain. You know what I mean?
Right.
So
I do.
There's leaving things open for conversation, and possibilities without losing all sense of right and wrong in the first place.
Yeah, I agree with that. No, I like Potato. I've talked to him a little bit, and I've talked to his
Sorry, I got
mods.
a package.
You're good. I've talked to some mods from his channel as well to set some stuff up. I think that would be really good. And I agree with you. You know me, Nate. I'm an energy matcher. A lot like the other people in the space, like Andrew, like others. I'm usually very calm, very collected. I'll do Socratic method, but if things escalate, then I'll get into the shit just as much and be just as confrontational. But I think that is a good person to link up with, because I think that he's up and coming as well, and he has some good ideas, and he definitely has a Christ-centered system going on his channel. And I think that that's good for the community as well. And so I think linking in would be really good.
Yeah, and you know, it's good. Now, a majority of our broader community is more tied to the Orthodox group, but we need to be able to set boundaries to where, in an open forum, we're not arguing, we're not trying to argue over which church is what, this, that, or the other, right?
Yep.
There's specialists like Jay Dyer and Jim Bob and other people who are better at that, but rather looking at building the bridges where the cultural Christianity meshes up.
Yep.
And letting that be the foundations for where we extend the bridge out to the secular world.
Well, that's what I said to Emmett the last time he was up. I said, I try to build the bridges, and I had a question.
Like just the last 2 months, I've had to tell a number of people.
Sorry, the delay got us. Okay, so here, I was telling Emmett the other day, like I asked about the ecumenical councils and ecumenism, right? Because there's a certain level of, you don't condone or you don't try to graft in other branches that have heresy within them. And I told him the other night, like, I know that I've shown that I want to try to build bridges between, because there has to be effective communication, because if Christianity is going to win, it can't be just the Orthodox Church, because that's like 15% of Christianity or less in the United States. It has to be some level of agreement. Christ is God, and we all believe that, and we may disagree on a bunch of other stuff, but we want a Christian nation, and the way to do that is by building those bridges. I'm not asking anyone to condone the beliefs of other branches or denominations. What I am saying is we have to at least communicate with each other and communicate effectively with one another, because that is important for the future of the country. If we want a Christian nation, we have to actually communicate with each other and unify for that purpose. I'm not saying that you have to condone them and say, yeah, you're all just now in our church. I agree. I get that.
Right. Right. Well, I think we even need to go a little more simple than that, because not all of the broader Christian culture even accepts the Trinity, which
True.
means they may have Christ as the Son of God, which is the center of their non-Trinitarian faith. So if we just base it on the existence of God, and the acceptance of Christ, and that in general, the 10 Commandments is what we need to base our social order on, 75% of the country can come together on that.
Yeah. Yeah, the moral values of Christianity as the baseline is the goal. Yes, I agree. And that's definitely what I've been trying to foster, for the most part here at least.
So less of the sectarian, less of the individual groups. Right. Well, I mean, I've had to say, the more I look into it, and from early on looking into it, orthodoxy logically makes more sense to me, right? But I have never been within 3 hours of, since I've been looking into it, I've not been within 3 hours of an Orthodox church, and on a consistent basis, and I cannot claim to even be an investigator, because I'm nowhere near any kind of Orthodox churches on a regular enough basis for them to even know who I am.
Right.
So if I can get within 2 miles of one with the truck, I can park and walk in for a liturgy if I'm not having to drive at that time. But it's just a different lifestyle. But that makes the more I've gotten understanding of that stuff, the more actual sympathy I have for those people who are so hardlined in their own religions outside of Orthodoxy, that I'm like, yeah, sure, there are 101 different little rules within Orthodoxy that separate them from everyone else, but 95% of the faith transfers directly over.
Right. Well,
and we don't need to worry about whether or not born again is any kind of thing, or whether or not you've been through this or that or whatever. We really just need to worry about getting the basic culture back into the mainstream.
right. Well, none of us can make salvific claims in the first place, right? We can say we see something you're doing that's wrong by what we know or what we believe. Something that's always stuck out to me is like, how much conviction are they carried by in what they believe? And are they professing Jesus Christ as their savior, that he died on the cross, that he resurrected, that he is the way, the truth, and the life? Because if those things are aligned for me, oftentimes it's like, okay, that's enough that I can have some conversation with you and know that we have some, at the very most, mostly similar grounding in most things. Because for myself, I'm not Orthodox, but I've had many conversations between myself and like Emmett, who is walking towards that path now, and like Steelborn and Eli Nix and Andrew and others, that it's like I already have such a significant belief in the same exact stuff. I may have small differences because of my raising in Protestant churches, but I still have all the same foundational believings. And so that to me is enough to say, oh, well, that makes sense. And I'm not going to castigate anybody because I don't know what their salvation space looks like. That's between them and God. And so.
Right. Mhm. Well, and that's where, if we can just start with running the the social ethic off of the Ten Commandments, which are Christianity universals, right? Then everything else just comes down to, you know, it, I mean, it's the same. There's less difference between the sects of Christianity in that way than there is between Republicans within the Republican Party who call themselves MAGA.
Yep.
There's more
True.
fracturing there than there is between the Christian sects with the basics of the worldview. So we just need to make it so that it's okay. It is okay to be Christian again.
Yeah, I
And we
agree.
need to make it so that people are okay with demanding in public, because everything else is allowed in public.
Yep.
Everything else.
Yep. Yep. Absolutely true. Basically, every form of degeneracy has been allowed.
All right. Well, is there anyone else who would like to come up? Because my lag is driving me nuts.
If not, I'll jump on Emmett's panel and we can do a tag team.
Or do you want to jump over to Emmett's here and I can now get going for a little bit and then take a long break
Perfect.
later on.
Perfect. Yeah, I'll jump over to Emmett's and argue some more.
God bless. All right. God bless everybody. Hey, whether you're watching this live or you're watching it later, Abe does not do this for free. Okay. So you can do the super chats. You can do the super thanks in the later, if you're rewatching it later. You can also, on his profile are the links to Cash App or Ko-Fi. It is just that you're entering your information in just as you would at Amazon or anywhere else. Okay, it's not held. He doesn't keep any of that. It is as safe as any other online shopping. Contribute to this man so that he can financially concentrate on his family and this, and we can keep his pure ethics, his pure.
I don't know what the finishing of that was, but thank you, Nate. I appreciate that. Be safe on the road. God bless you. And I'm sure I will see you again either later on or maybe tomorrow. And now, I suppose I will join Emmett's where Elder Lion and Josh are having heated discussions on similar-ish topics. Seems like tonight has become about these topics. On my channel, my Confluence's channel, and on Emmett's channel, somehow we all ended up going the same directions, talking about culture and morality and Christianity. So, here we go. Give me 1 second here. I'm gonna hit him up in Discord. Hello. I evidently walked in at the wrong moment.
No,
Yes,
you
welcome.
didn't.
Yeah,
Or the right
we're,
moment.
We're
Looking a little sheepish there, Abe.
speaking livestock. Damn. Baby Bree says happy belated birthday to Abe, by the way.
Thank you, Miss Bree. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. So, Emmett,
Uh,
I hear you're causing trouble all over the internet today.
yes, I was. I'm horrible. I'm an orthobro.
Oh,
I'm an
horrible.
orthobro, you.
You can't.
Is that a fallacy?
Your your face is a fallacy. People, you look, Emmett.
You like to dance, Abe.
People like you
Now
like to
answer the
dance. Now answer the question. People got so mad. So mad.
Oh, that was such a good troll.
It was.
Who did I ask? JS. We asked it to JS, and JS said like what 3 times, and we wouldn't know how to answer that.
We asked JS,
And
and then we asked Dusty, remember? And then the whole panel
Yeah.
exploded into anger. It was freaking amazing.
What was
yeah,
your
we asked
question?
Dusty.
People like you like to dance. Now answer the question.
People like me like to dance. I don't know if I like to dance, right? Like, I mean, yeah, I dance sometimes.
Just quit obfuscating. Just answer the question.
Pure obfuscation.
See,
Yeah,
it's
no,
infuriating.
I don't like to dance. Is that the question? Like, I don't understand the question.
That's the point.
It's pure obfuscation. Stop dancing and answer the question, Josh.
Well, I'm sitting here trying to think, do I like dancing? No, because my old lady takes me out, right? And it's kind of
See, I told you, Emmett. It is the perfect.
It's so good.
It is so
every time.
perfect.
I just,
People like you like to dance. Now answer the question.
It's so good.
Yeah.
It's so good.
What's up, Abe?
I'm gonna have to do
I
that
saw you
one.
live. I was about to join you, and then I watched re-examination. I was like, I don't want to crash out on re-examination.
That actually was a really good talk, actually, because it didn't do anything crazy. It was just like examining things a little bit, worldviews and debate stuff. I'm gonna do another Foursquare episode with him and Mo and JS on the 22nd.
Okay.
We should work on trying to set up a Date Wars 3 at some point in the near future.
Oh yeah, they were 3.
I'm
That would
gonna-
be good.
I'll reach out to a couple of the people you and I discussed before and see if we can get them on, because that would be so fun to watch you spurg on them. Or whoever we choose to be on the conservative side this time. But
Yeah. Yeah.
oh God,
I don't know. I'm an orthopro now, Abe.
I might be
I'm an
perfect
orthopro.
then. Might be perfect then.
I'm orthopro you. Yeah, I was rewatching the whole thing. Did you watch it? Did you actually see what happened?
On Confluences?
Well, on Confluences, I just went there because the Blue Jay was there, and I was like being a little bit of a troll. Because every time I see him, I want to troll the fuck out, troll the fuck out of that guy.
Yeah.
Sports Brand says he's dancing around the question right now. This guy loves to dance.
That's amazing.
That's actually good. Damn, I missed that. Too happy birthday, Mr. President. Bucket says that also. Happy birthday.
Yep. 42.
42.
I asked people.
Introducing Emmett as orthopro number 1 equals guaranteed liberal spurg.
That's true. That's true.
Well, I had that. I had that, and I had the debate against what's his name? Against malfunctioning.
Oh, yeah.
VTuber.
Yeah. That was odd.
that decided at the end to say you're brain rot, and I'm like, you're stupid, you're fucking retarded.
That's a fair statement, I think.
At least I didn't go to, hey, I have brain rot, but at least my V-tuber is actually functioning.
So I know I said this in chat, but congratulations on breaking 500, dude. That's amazing.
Oh, that was really good.
Yes,
It's a lot of
very
fucking
good.
work.
It is, yeah.
I can't even believe that I got it, and I've been like, because remember when you were getting it, that
Mhm.
quite literally it would go up and down and up and down. Mine didn't move for like 2 days. It was just 502, and I was like, wondering if it was gonna go down or something. It didn't.
Thank God. It's good. It's very good.
42, bro. You're like 200, no cap, for real, for real,
For real, for real. For real.
for real, for real.
So what are you guys talking about?
Yeah. We were talking about so I was explaining that if you don't have any grounding for morality except your preferences, it's just might makes right. And morality is not actually subjective in those cases, it would be collective because force is a collective effort.
I
I
suppose.
thought we were
So-
talking about.
Hi, Dave. Welcome
I thought we
in.
were
Thank you
talking
for
about
being
how
here.
effective the church was in the West.
Sorry for ignoring.
Granting all these, or I'm sorry, allowing all of these choices to exist, right? And that's why we don't have society behave in a way or behave the way that we want to.
So Josh is
But that's
agreeing
because
with me
you-
that he wants to force people to go to church every Sunday, even though he's an atheist.
I see.
Which, let me say this, all I need is a couple more years, Abe. All I need is a couple more years and everybody's going back to church. when all these people are crying about it, it's gonna be great.
Well,
Your
the only
microphone- Oh yeah, there you go.
thing I would say is don't get too many people riled to the point where they band together and come get you, and you'll probably be all right.
I guarantee you there's not going to be a large group of people coming after him, at least not from my side of the walk, right? That's not going to happen.
Oh no,
Well,
he knows
I'm
what
not
I'm
gonna
talking about.
Am I gonna get a
Now-
Nigerian? Am I gonna get a Nigerian prince offer me his crown?
That's right. Right.
You have been kind of like, wandering off in some strange places. I'm not going to lie, Emmett. Yeah, I see you pop up in some really weird places, right? So,
Oh,
yeah, you might.
you're there, Josh.
You're in weird
I'm
places
weird,
too.
right? I'm allowed to be here. I'm an oddball, right? What the hell's your problem? You're more normal.
Okay, let me explain this. He bought art, so I had to deliver the art, and that is the only way I could reach him. So I went to his panel. I was like, "Hey, here's the stuff," and then that was that. Like and then he asked me a question. It's like, "Is Josh the most right-wing person on the panel?"
Big
It's like,
W. Thank you
"No,
so
it's
much,
a
Kyle. That's
PhD."
amazing. Thank you,
So
dude.
want me to say?
Big
It was a
5 gifted
question.
memberships.
And then I left. That's all I did.
Whose panel did you go on?
Flo. Well,
Oh, that's not new.
I don't
That was
go
OGs.
that often. I don't go. I don't go almost at all. But I learned my lesson. If you want to join, check what the fuck they're doing first. Don't go there blind. Ever.
Yeah, if you kind of read the room. If they got some debaucherous stuff going on, right? Like that's always going to take priority.
Oh, the demons were let loose, Josh. The demons were let loose, Josh.
Oh
You
my.
should see what happened to poor Glacier. Like she showed up right in the middle of, I guess, an anal sex discussion on OG's
What
panel,
the-
right?
That's
she just pops up
crazy.
like this is the topic. I'm like, what the hell, right? What are you doing here?
So
Yeah, it
just
happened.
because you did that, Kyle, I'm gonna match you for it. Thank you so much.
I told you. These are very strange spheres, right? And
Well, I'm not gonna
I-
go there. Well, I'm banned from those places now.
Wait, you're banned. How are you banned from OGs?
No, well, not from OGs, but I go from OGs like from time to time when they're talking about something I find interesting.
And how
The-
are you
the-
banned
the
from
last time-
Flow?
The for example, the last time today that I went there was I banned myself from there because I'm an ortho pro.
Oh, okay,
and,
that's different
the
story.
only way I'm gonna have a conversation with them is with a moderator. Okay. And it's some fucking repeat.
You know what?
The
I could force.
fucking phrase from Sarah
I
is on repeat
could.
on my head every time I say moderator, and I
Uh-huh.
cannot stop myself.
I know.
Fucking the moderator.
Man,
You know, I could force that. I
Yes.
could actually. Do that. I think it depends on.
What? Get in a,
I think it actually depends on
conversation
who,
with
right?
them,
with who?
or what are you talking about?
Oh, I have had some problems with like conversations. People ask questions and then they'll just dance around like the answer.
Be safe
trying
on
to
the
avoid
road,
it.
haul long.
And it's usually gets
God
into,
bless you,
like,
brother.
The moral concept, right? Here's an example. So Flow basically, obviously, I'm staunch authoritarian, and it was an ICE discussion, right? And all Flow did was ask the question, right? Like, if it's the case that shooting somebody in the face is too much, right? Would you really want our, I guess, judicial branch, or I'm sorry, would you really want our law enforcement making this common practice, right? All he was doing is just asking to explore the idea of it. Nobody would answer it. I'm sitting here like, I don't even agree with it. Yes, shoot everybody in the face, right? But nobody wants to address the question. And I ended up shutting the entire panel. I think there were like 7 or 8 of them just because they wouldn't answer just a really simple question.
Okay,
You
what
just
was the
need somebody.
question?
It's just real simple about like the concept of would you want to live in a society that would allow ICE officers to go around just shooting people? Like, is this become a common practice, right? It's just trying to address the humanity of the action, not the fact that it's urgent.
Let me
Absolutely
tell you
do something,
something,
right?
Josh. My answer is yes.
That was my
Yeah.
answer too, right? But that was, nobody would even give that answer. It was like, what a bunch of sissies.
Damn.
Man,
That's rough.
My answer would be yes, and if the government itself won't take them back, then maybe shoot a few of them in the face.
Oh, it was in response
Damn.
to that one lady that got shot in the face for
Yeah.
running over one.
Well, I got
the
people.
ICE.
I got people to call me a bad Christian out of that, and they end up the moniker of the bad atheist.
Yep.
What the fuck you know about good or
Man.
bad? You're the bad atheist.
It's just that all of it. That's such a
Who
shit
cares?
show.
Does it matter if somebody thinks you're like a bad Christian? Honestly,
No,
I mean,
as I said,
There's
ISIS based as fuck. That's all I'm gonna say.
there's a
Okay.
small. I think there's a small downside, and it could possibly be a big downside if you trash the name of Christianity publicly enough. Then yes, it will matter if people think you're a bad Christian, because then you will push people who may be seeking away. There's that possibility. Now I don't think anything Emmett's doing is that far, so I don't think that that's an issue at this point. But you could say that somebody who acts extremely immorally while calling themselves a Christian is bad, and people seeing them as a bad Christian is a bad thing for Christianity. Yes.
The thing
See,
is,
this is where I
this
jump
is the,
on. Go ahead.
this is what I would say that I need. This is what I was talking about today, right? Is if if there is an actual fact of the matter of what is to be good and bad, fine. But if it's
Perspective.
if it's just preference based or it's
Mhm.
perspective based, then I don't care what you have to say if you are not part of the in group, right? The only person who can tell me you're doing something wrong on your moral in the way that I'm doing it, there's obviously other people around me who could tell me, hey, I don't think that's okay. But the one that has the capacity would be the person in the church, right?
Right.
So it doesn't really matter if you tell me I'm a bad Christian. It's like, well, you're a bad atheist. That's my answer to you. I don't
Well, yeah,
fucking
yeah,
care about
yeah.
you. You don't even have
Yeah.
anything.
Now, obviously, what I'm speaking of isn't necessarily like one-to-one relations, like we're talking about right now. It's more along the lines of I want to see more people come to Christ, so I don't think it's good to create like such a fundamental schism in the minds of people that makes all of Christianity look terrible, right? besides that, like you arguing with some random idiot on the internet and they call you a bad Christian because their version in their head of what Christianity is as an atheist is askew. I don't give a shit. That's just a stupid person being stupid, which we've seen plenty of, right?
Yep, doesn't make sense. It doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, it doesn't matter if what they have to say about that. That's the way that I look at it.
Right.
I'm not gonna lie. I kind of think that Protestants kind of already beat you to the punch of the bad Christianity concept. Not gonna lie.
You can say it.
It's gotten pretty. The gay marriages within churches now, at least within the U.S., right? Like, I mean, this is mostly a Western thing, but I mean, come on.
We'll see.
We just keep bending rules until.
Okay, give me just 1 second. I'll be right back. Please keep it up. Keep it.
Okay, got you.
I'll keep it PG. I promise.
So I agree with you for the most part, Josh. I was raised non-denominational Christian, and I'm not Orthodox Christian at this point in time. But I know, like, morally, biblically, from what I know, all of those things should be outlawed completely. Like, it should never happen. The same with like female ministers and all of that. It shouldn't be happening. Feminism shouldn't exist in a church. Feminism shouldn't exist in our country, to be fair. But all of those things should automatically, even if you're a non-denominational Christian who reads scripture, all of the stuff that's going on in the Protestant church that you and I can see are askew shouldn't be happening at all. Like, the problem is that there's nothing keeping people accountable to the tenets and the ethical grounding of Christianity at all. And I can say that from my point of view, but furthermore, I would say that the Orthodox are seeing it in an even stronger way than I am from it. But I look at it and I'm just like, this is not okay in any way, shape, or form to me.
Is that kind of what you meant by like you made a comment? I didn't really fully understand it, but like the idea that there would be some Christians that are making it look bad.
Yes.
Do not consider them to... Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
I would say people who are allowing gay marriages in churches are bad Christians. I would say them allowing there to be female deacons over the church, that's a bad Christian. I think that all of those actions make Christianity look non-Christian, and to the world, then you just look like the rest of the world. You're not Christian. You're just a bunch of secular people getting together and acting like you go to church.
Fair. Yeah. So, Ortho Bro, did you just change your name?
Yeah, I'm Ortho Broing. Well, somebody asked for the link. I thought they were gonna come up, but apparently not. And then the people in my chat were like, "You're Ortho Bro." By the way, if you wanna change the name of anybody in chat, you can always do it. We're gonna put it at a meager $2 to change the name of anybody in chat.
Yeah, you can change my name to anything you'd like for $2. God, I'm the chief hooker today. Okay.
Everybody's a chief hooker today.
I mean, we are on the internet. Where's mine, Emmett?
What is that?
It's plastic crack.
Where's mine, Emmett?
I don't know. Where's yours?
Where's mine, Emmett?
I don't know. Where's yours? This is not yours. This is mine.
I'm gonna tax you, and I'm gonna suspend habeas corpus. So
he didn't mean tax. He meant tithing by force.
Yes,
is really what he meant.
Yeah,
we're supposed to meet in Yellowstone at some point and have a fight on a volcano. So
that's true. That's what we're supposed to be doing.
It's true.
You're gonna fight Abe Lincoln? Are you mad?
Yeah, and he's probably gonna. I don't know how that will
I'm
even
Mexican.
go.
You have to understand it.
That's true.
I don't pick my fights very well.
I'm also 6'4", so I don't know if he'll reach me.
I've been losing
Not
so
everyone
many
was 6'4".
fights in the last century that I don't even know how to explain this.
I thought everyone was 6'4". Kat's supposed to be 6'5". I thought she was the only tall one.
I have no
Yeah,
idea.
everybody's
I just
6'4"
know
on
I
the
actually
internet.
am.
It shows your
Yeah, I
span,
actually am too.
Abe. It shows your span. I don't know how much that is, but
Yeah,
it's,
this kinda-
Well, you can see how tall my hat is, so I don't know.
I don't know how
Yeah,
tall
this
your
thing
hat
kind of
is.
messed up.
Dark
This
Abe
thing
is,
kinda
the,
messed
is in
up.
the way. Abe has a dark
6'4"
side, like a super persona called Dark Abe. That's
I
true.
do,
You know
actually.
that.
I do. But nobody's
You
paid
carry a
enough.
special weapon.
Nobody's paid enough to get the hat to come off to see it. So
How much is the payment has to be?
I don't know. Well, if I think
What do you mean? I don't
I
know.
think originally I was saying that I wanted to like break 2K subs or something like that, and I'll take it off and show
Mhm.
Dark Ape, or a very large donation, and then I didn't designate how large. So could set a number.
Isn't this called vanity?
It is.
I had a
Isn't
problem.
Well, wait, which thing?
well, like
Uh,
the showboating concept? That's what I'm referring to.
I mean, I don't think it fits into vanity because it's not like I think I'm something special. Like there's no
No, not you.
oh
Him with the Warhammer ball.
oh no, he's just excited.
Are you talking about? That's not vanity. That is me. This is vanity.
That's
okay.
that's childishness. That's called childishness,
This is
Josh. It's
this,
just-
this is vanity. Look at that. He has hard camo. It's like it's a red on top.
He's just
Look at all this beauty. Look
He's
at
just-
this beauty.
he's just an
Oh.
excited little boy with his new toys, and he's super happy about it. That's what that is. It's not vanity. It's just an excited boy with his new toys.
My new toys.
You see, the other Christian saved you, right? Because I was thinking about going down to Mexico and robbing some people, right? I mean,
Well, you won't
The
find
other
him there.
Christians hate- The Christians hate me.
You can go and look though.
Yeah, you can go and look. That's fine.
You could go help
That
Ice on
tank
the
is a
way.
work of art.
oh no, I absolutely, God, I'm stuck in Vietnam. I don't want anything to do with Mexico. I really don't.
I have enough of one third world country to
You
be
already
into.
you already have your Mexico, okay?
God, oh, it's bad. It's real bad.
Seems to be getting bad everywhere, to be fair.
And this is the-
No,
Adept.
this was always
Well, I mean that's fair.
a shithole. What
Yeah,
the
it's a
hell is
school
that
hub.
thing?
It's an Adept Sororita. Look.
It's a snow bunny, is that what you said?
Yeah, it's Snow Bunny. They are the snow. They're the convent of the Snow Bunnies.
That's amazing.
Emmett, you need to hurry up and get married. You really need to hurry up and get married. Gotta get you away from the
Shut
action figures.
Shut up.
I'm done with this.
Shut up.
Well, see, now the debaucherous me, like if I was on, a debaucherous panel, right, I'd have said something else,
You're-
right? But at least
you're
I kept
just-
it like PG, right?
You're just mad because I have Warhammer and you don't.
True.
Of course I'm upset. I'm married. You think my old lady lets me play video games? To hell with you. No. I got dish
I have
duty.
more
I got
shit.
diaper duty. You know what? I hope Abe kicks your ass. That's what I hope.
I have a pile of shame. I'm not actually happy for my pile of shame. I am happy that I have a pile of shame because that means that I get to build a bunch of stuff, but I'm not actually happy that I have a pile of shame.
We should have some real
I
debates
hate-
soon, you and me, Emmett.
I can debate Warhammer. These are the this without painting. Just
Yeah,
Warhammer.
Raven Guard is the greatest.
What are you talking about? Fucking Raven Guard got their ass beat to a pulp, and then Corvus Corex tried to get the Legion back into shape, to fight in shape, and got his ass beaten by the Alpha Legion of all legions, and they just went to the Eye of Terror and stood there for 10,000 years.
Or maybe he's gonna make a comeback.
Molding about a specific Primarch. The next Primarch coming back is Perturabo, and that tells me that what's his name? The fifth guy. Rogaldorn. Rogaldorn is coming back. So for another 2-3 years, we're not gonna get another loyalist.
Grounded. They're all grounded then. There's gonna be a new
And at the end of
Primarch.
the day, I'm still gonna be playing Sisters of Battle. So
Yeah.
marriage is simp.
There's gonna be a new Primarch. It's gonna be Abriel Dinkus.
Oh, you think I'm
Marriage
wrong,
is
right?
not
Like I am dead.
simping. You're allowed to simp to your wife twice a day, but it's not simping.
Oh yeah, see now we're just going to change the definition. Let me explain it to you, right? I brought an Xbox with me, right? I brought one. All of a sudden, it disappeared. All of a sudden, there's an extra $500. And you know what the hell she did? She sold the damn thing out from underneath it,
Oh
right?
my gosh.
Because she said no video games in the house, right?
What the
And I
shit?
understood the argument. I just agreed with it.
Well, you should have used one of your Steam passes.
There's no simp pass, right? She
let me
basically
put it-
said no
Josh,
video games
Josh,
in the house, and I just
Josh.
ignored that and brought a video.
Yeah, why didn't you tell her to shut up? Shut
Yeah,
up.
you tell her to shut
Because
up,
she's a con.
and then you say,
I'll,
"Okay, no more dish rags in the house. You have to wash the dishes by hand now. No more dishwasher.
wash
No
them.
more dish rags."
No.
oh, you think
Just
there's
use your hand as
dishwashers
your
in
soap.
Vietnam? That is cute as hell,
Yes,
right?
there
Like,
is there.
no,
yes,
sir.
there is. Yes, they're
Yeah.
called wives. So you do have a dishwasher.
So here, I'll explain the ultimate
You
reason.
just say no more clothing
Brand-
until you.
Brand Southeast Asian.
No, yeah, my old lady,
A little bit
my old lady knows
expensive.
how to field. My old lady knows how to field dress an AK-47, right? She was in boot camp. I was never in boot camp, right? No, we don't backtalk commies, right? I have to sleep here, right? Like I have to sleep here. I don't want to sleep with one eye open. She's a scary woman.
Scary of your damn
That's
Asian
wife.
scary.
women,
You get killed, man, by sleep. And I'm okay. Good. You got me.
Asian women are
You got me.
Freedom!
I shouldn't have trusted you. I shouldn't have trusted you. And yeah, now I'm free. I've been martyred in my own home.
When I'm in heaven, I God ask me like what happened. I'll be like, I'm asking you, what happened? I don't know what happened. I'm asking you.
Yeah, all I did was say, "Don't buy any more shoes," and I'm here.
Yep.
I was telling her that she was that I might get a new dishwasher, and here I am. I don't understand. Good to see you, Section 230. Oh my god. What happened? What happened to you?
But in all fairness, my lady was pretty strict about like the kid not having access to video games. She considers them to be ultimately bad, which, to be fair, there's
Get
plenty of
her,
stuff to do here outside.
Get the kid one of these.
Oh, yeah?
God, no. I had to
Why
fight like
not?
hell just to get the kid access to cartoons.
Get the kid access to Warhammer. What are you talking about? He can
A-
learn how to
Asians
paint
are
and
a
build
little-
and do
you have a-
shit.
Do you have a chessboard?
Asians, yeah, Asians
A
are at least
chessboard?
the old traditional Asians. Yeah,
You better have a
traditional Asians
chessboard.
are kind of like
I don't have a chessboard.
I'm gonna. You are grounded.
what the fuck? Emmett, you
You don't have a chessboard, but you have Warhammer, Emmett? Where are your
Welcome.
freaking priorities?
In the war, not in war, not in chess, not in chess.
oh my god.
He needs beat. You see this? You know what? Have
I'm
you,
so
Josh?
happy.
Josh, have you seen the commercial about getting an Emmett?
Oh, jeez. Hold on here 1 second. Let me see if I can get this thing up here.
His father. Yes, it is father and son bonding.
There you go.
Yep,
This is
there.
a check.
See? That's what it's at right there. I have a whole bunch of different chessboards, actually.
Are those hobbits? Are those hobbits?
Look, technically, they're civil.
hobbits.
This one's the Civil War. What is it called? The Franklin Mint Civil War piece.
Am I on that
have no
board?
idea. No.
Damn it.
You had to be a general, a wife of the general, or one of the troops. Or
Damn it,
cannon or
Josh.
some crap like that.
Josh, you only had one job.
No, no. I'm sorry, Abe. Right? You died.
I reject that
He's
remark.
not wrong. He's not wrong.
It is.
I reject
It is true. Technically, you're. I mean, I'm
Technically,
having
he
a problem.
didn't die. Technically, he was killed.
Technically,
There's
technically, a
little
doctor tried to
difference.
dig a bullet out of the cranium and probably ended it worse than the bullet
Well,
itself.
the lack of greatness in your beard just seems like you're kind of like the whole time traveler. I think you're pre-presidency Abe. Yeah, you got a little there, but you don't have enough. You are definitely pre-president Abe.
Maybe it was a time machine.
They say
or a body
they
double.
do say that every time you go to the White House, you get the white hair.
Jeez, that is
I
true.
thought he got another hat.
What do you mean?
Get a
I thought
hat
every
for
time you
your
go to the
hat.
White House, you get another hat. Another hat for under your hat.
Yeah. One of the million.
So where, and it's also where the ninth cage is located. I figured that out. Emmett admitted to it.
There's
Emmett,
no
why'd you
9
tell
gauge,
them?
There's no 5 gauge. There's no 20th
Why
gauge.
did
There's
you
no,
tell them?
There's no this Abe. There's no cages.
Why did you tell them,
None at all
Emmett?
whatsoever. Why did you tell them?
You're the one who told them.
No,
To be
you
fair,
were-
I am a very skilled interrogator. So it was really
He-
more on me that he admitted it.
I see. We have to show Josh, Emmett. We have to.
Why are you
Show
gonna
me
show
what?
Josh?
Yeah. We have to show Josh.
God, I'm scared.
Don't show Josh.
Yes. Gotta show him.
No.
Gotta- Yes.
What
He
do you
has
wanna
to
show
know.
him?
He has to know.
Okay. Then bring it up. Oh, here it is. God dang it. I don't want to see it. I'm gonna mute myself. You know what? I'm getting a little bit high on plastic crack. So.
Okay. Enjoy your microplastics, Emmett.
You're getting.
Yeah,
You're getting.
it smells so good.
Okay, here we go. Josh, this is for you.
Jeez.
That's the Emmett commercial.
So grounded.
He's so grounded.
Well, Emmett, You know
It is
what?
true.
I don't think you need enemies, right? Like your friends definitely have that job covered. You're good to go.
Yeah, well, I don't have enemies.
You're right. You have friends. It's apparently worse.
Well,
Yep, I have friends. I don't have enemies, and I don't really have friends. I don't have enemies, and I was gonna say I don't really have friends. I do have some friends.
you don't
Um,
have any friends.
I do have some friends, I guess.
Gosh.
It could be worse.
It could be.
I could have
That's
no
actually-
friends,
It could
and then
always
I
be
have all
worse.
the people that hate me at the same time.
It's true. Or you could have all your
True.
friends
We could-
become your enemies. That would suck too.
Because I do know there's people that actually don't like me, because I go on and I spurg on people a little bit too much.
That's true.
But at the same time, people really enjoy when I spurg on people a little bit too much.
It's true.
Especially when I tell them that they're gonna go to the audience.
I just can't wait till I can take this hat off.
Just take it off.
Damn it. Stop
Ah,
trying
dude.
to tell me to take things off, okay?
The
So,
hat.
Yeah, but you said, Abe, just take it off. And that was
But
creepy.
you're like, I can't wait. I can wait to take it off, and I'm like, just do it.
You think Lincoln was buried in that hat?
Of course.
You need like an extra
course,
foot on the
I came out of the ground with the hat on. It's the first thing that came out of the ground. People didn't even know. They just thought some hat came out of the ground.
Oh my god, I haven't played this game in so long. I keep dying randomly. Sorry. I had to spurg a little bit.
Someday.
See, this is you can't let Elder near my old lady, right? If she hears this, right, she's going to use this in an argument why video games are bad, right?
No.
Why? Because I keep dying because I haven't played this game in 2 years.
The face he made
I'm
was
making myself
amazing.
a favor because I'm bad at it.
Yeah.
The outrage on your face was so good. No. That was amazing.
Yeah, I
Holy
I
crap.
can just imagine that somebody comes to me and is like, "Well, you're gonna get rid of your Warhammer," and I would look at the tank. I'd be like,
Nope. You'd be like, it's
"What?"
me. It's me. It's Warhammer or it's you. Pick.
On the phone. Are you talking to sell the Warhammer? I'm talking to your mom, seeing how much, saying if they could take you back.
Yep.
If they're
That's what the
willing.
return policy is.
And do I get reimbursement? Oh my gosh. That's amazing.
Oh, there's so much paint on this shit. It's probably at least a couple of grams, at least, of paint.
Indeed. Layers and layers of paint. Kind of like your face when you're
The-
Gothmet.
No, that's just one layer. Like,
I don't think so.
I'm gonna if I get, by the way, if I get my goal that people made me put up, make it bigger. If I get my goal, I'll be dressing up as Emmett Cullen
Really?
in the sun. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. That's
It's bedtime for Bozo
That's
here,
creepy.
Emmett. Good to see you, Scott. Have a good one.
right,
But
Scott.
for lighter hits, but the knee focus I get, it could still work. Yeah. What? I don't know what they're talking about.
It'd be really funny if we did like a dual stream where we're both gothed out. Goth Abe and Gothmet.
Goth Mad, God Abe. Yeah. Well,
Dark-
I've been doing it every
It'd-
now and again.
it'd be
the
dark.
goth thing.
It'd be Dark Goth Abe.
Dark. I was
Well,
like,
you still
trying
got to
to
send
get-
in your application for the Senate Goth Cuties. We hadn't got it yet.
I'm the original.
No, you're
No,
not the
that
I
original.
came out of the ground. Okay.
No, that's not the original either. Jake Monroe is the original.
No, he's not. He's only
No,
been
he's
goth
just a
for like,
pretender.
I mean, Never mind. I'm not gonna say
He's
anything.
he is the base goth cynic, the one and only.
Watched him go further and further into it for sure.
Oh, we can't. Well, the goth leader said so. We cannot go against the wishes of the goth leader.
The goth leader.
Only one is acceptable if you're not trying to learn the slappish slap. God gave keep and he speak goth. Yeah, that's true. You have to fill your application, Abe. Where's your application?
You never
And
sent
you
me
have
an
to do it-
application.
And then we have to. All of us have to vote. Have you seen the new hit? By
Is
the
it
way,
going to be a
Is
goth
the-
civil war
the-
then?
it's the greatest new hit record of our generation. Beethoven is like the. If you ask me who do you want go to a Beethoven concert or these guys, I would say these guys. Do you wanna listen to
Let's do it.
Oh no.
Let's hear it.
Give me a second. Another cope. Oh yeah, another cope stream. Let me see.
I mean, there's no cope streams yet. That's for whatever October, I think. That's cope month.
No, November is cope month. Yeah, there's no cope streams right now. What is it? Canadia's Canadian National CMP?
Well, I gotta go get dressed and get ready to take the
TMI.
in-laws out to lunch.
Oh,
Could have got dressed without letting us know that. Thank you, though.
Well,
I
no,
guess.
it's
You're wearing
the whole.
clothes.
I'm dressed. It's just apparently I have to get dressed for dinner. I don't know. There's some weird in-law. God, there's like 50 of them. I got to take them all out to a restaurant. Like, it's like a zoo. I can't pronounce half their damn names. It's problematic. I need to go get ready for this.
Oh, you want to see this? They're gonna love it because they're ethnic too. So
Canoe are going
What
to sing a
the
song,
hell?
and this song was composed for Premier Canoe himself. It talks about a tancha, it talks about a leader, and what the responsibility is there, and it's to honor Premier Canoe. So, take it away.
Josh, you think your family will enjoy that?
No, I
You
just-
think?
all I was doing was basically chanting the 1862 surrender. Like that was Dakota's did. Right? Like that's all I was thinking.
You were surrendering while listening to that. I guess.
The Dakota surrendered. The Dakota Indians surrendered in 1862. Quite literally at a place called Camp Release.
It is what it is.
I think I felt my soul leaving my body.
To be fair, right? Like the Asians here, when they talk, it sounds like that. I didn't know it was a song though, but that's what I know. I'm just happy my kid wasn't named after throwing a pot down a flight of steps, right? Ching chong chang. Like I'm just happy about that. Small wars, right? Like just small conflict.
Small wins. Small wins.
Oh my gosh.
Well, the plight of the passport bros.
You know what? I wish I was a passport, bro. I even failed at that, right? Because when I first got here, I was thinking, you know what? They said we lost the war, right? So I'm back here for some get back. I'm gonna breed them out, right? I got to one. Guess what? You know, I ended up being the one that surrendered. Like crap. Technically, I had to add another L. God, I hate this.
Sad. That's really sad.
Colonization just ain't what it used to be anymore.
The dishwashers are winning the war.
Dishwashers are winning. This is true. And y'all got feminism. We got communism, right? Like you just can't win for losing.
That's true.
Ain't that the same? Ain't that the same thing?
Might be. Yeah, I have no idea. I think so.
Crazy.
My chat is like fucking Coomers. Coomers always drink the spirits.
Okay. Funny, real funny. Your chat is troublemakers
You know what,
today.
They didn't give a really bad, suggestion, right? Donating some pox blankets, right? Like that's not a bad idea. Hey, honey, would you like to sleep on some wool tonight?
Honey,
Oh
I don't
my
want to
gosh.
sleep. I will let you have the bed for a couple of days. Here's a new blanket I bought for you.
Shit.
You're gonna get me killed. Lady, see this? My ass is grass.
Hey,
Chin Chong's gonna be like, "What are you talking about? What are you? I'm not Chin Chong. I am Chin Chong, but I'm not Chin Chong that way."
Oh my.
Shut up, dishwasher. I'm giving you the.
Don't make me unplug you. Don't make me unplug
I ain't
you.
had the nerve to say. I ain't had the nerve to say shut up, right? Have you seen how big walks get? Like, this is the biggest flying thing I've seen, right? She just walks through the house with this thing. I'm like, I'll be quiet. I ain't said a damn thing.
I don't know. What are you doing with the Wong out? What did I do wrong? I'm just going to cook. Okay.
It's an
I'm safe.
it's an ever-present threat.
I started thinking about it. Like, do we really want women in the kitchen where all the weapons are? Right? I mean,
Well, one of our friends said no. He was like, "No, I don't want woman on the kitchen, just on the bedroom, tied to the bed."
That's true. That is true. He did say
I don't
that.
know how those blankets go there. Section was chilling here the whole time. Don't get mollywogged, Josh.
I think in his case they would call it walk-wopped.
Walk, walk.
Walk, walk. I'm gonna go get walk. Are you
I remember,
gonna delete your husband? I'm gonna get the key. That is walk.
I gotta say, I think I've never been so scared in my life. The day after the wedding,
what are you talking?
I gotta tell you how they butcher chickens, right? So you go to the store or market, whatever, right? They bring home the whole chicken, right? Now, as they're butchering up for us, like we just cut the meat off the bone, right? Them, they go after this bastard with the whole meat cleaver, bone, everything, right? Just it's like this big ass meat cleaver, and you're just operating as a meat grinder, right? So while you're eating, you're also picking bone out. But I saw her raise up and just go at that damn chicken thing. I was like, what the hell? What did I marry? What the hell? I ain't never talked back since.
Because you don't want to lose your hands.
And let me tell you, you know what? I don't think they have a problem disposing of bodies here.
Nah, Josh is just saying.
True.
Josh is just started to sing again. With the whole don't walk me, woman. She'll be like, what you say to me?
God.
It's safe to say walking means something different in his house.
The police gets called every now and again. A woman goes out. I just had to walk him there. The police like, I understand, and they leave.
Oh, there's absolutely no way I'm calling the cops here. That is never going to happen. I already know whose side they're taking. This is a commie country. They do not particularly like. Well, I'm American, so I'm treated as a second-class citizen here.
Of
right?
course,
I can't own property. Can't even own a car, right? But yeah, you ain't calling the cops, right?
Sounds like Japan.
Japan, you can actually own property as a foreigner. You actually can own property. China, you cannot. Vietnam, you cannot. I think Thailand's got some limitations. Cambodia, I know has. I don't know. Like all of these places, they're just like, nope.
Well,
no, you can own like an apartment in a condo. That you can own, but if it's touching the ground, that's a big no-no.
You know, walk the dog day. No, you walk you. On the bright side, you don't have to. Okay, you don't have to.
Yeah, there's no help. There's no calling the Marines neither. They ain't gonna show up for me either. Kind of mouthed off my supervisor, so I don't even have backup now. Damn it.
All right, so I've come up with a new solution with all the progressives and stuff and what to do with them whenever we get in the pack. Why don't we just pack them up, give them to the Middle East?
That's fair.
That's the same as just treeing them. You're just taking extra steps.
Well, no, not necessarily.
It'd be exile. Whatever happens to them there, whether they break their laws, that's on them.
Not necessarily. If you drop enough at once.
Yeah, you realize they're going to send them back.
Yeah, if they send them back, make the whole thing worse.
I mean, if they try to send them back, we just send, send some other things their direction.
Oh man. What you do is you kit them up and then send them, or send them with kit, and let it just play out how it plays out.
Well, I think what would happen if you did that is the Middle East would just be a whole lot better armed. I don't think these people would be able to fight very well.
Maybe not.
See, and I was thinking about just let them wear their little rainbow flags over there, right? You'd think they would deal with them at the airport, but unfortunately, I'm pretty sure they're just going to send them back.
Yeah.
Send them back.
Who knows?
Send them back.
You realize that we, the United States, actually pays for, well, in this case, U.S. citizens that get deported from other countries, right? So
Yeah.
we're paying to send them over there, and then we're going to end up paying to get them, I guess, get returned to sender, right? Like we're going to pay for it again. Better off just pushing them into the ocean. Just be done with it. Drown them like you would puppy dogs, right? Just throw them in the ocean. Be done with it.
The chat is saying Josh cough twice if you need help. And then it says
I need help, and I need help, and nobody's dumb enough to come here and help me. Like, I can promise you that. Right?
the Gayatola Komene niece sent them back. She had it so rough here, and they haven't seen her. They haven't seen her password people yet. I don't know what that means. Did you see the password? This is actually funny.
No.
The new secure password.
Nope. What is it?
Is it here? Yes, it's this. Be ready. Okay, this is gonna go in the test.
Prime Minister Carney is cutting $7 billion between Indigenous Services Canada and Crown Indigenous Relations.
Wait.
They provided $0 to deal with the ongoing genocide of MMIW G2SL LGBTQIA+. This.
Did I just have a stroke?
How many letters are there in it they have added now?
I'm gonna
I think that actually caused brain damage.
They provided $0 to deal with the ongoing genocide of MMIW G2SL LGBTQIA+. This.
You got the password?
That just means
this is gonna go in the test.
That is the stupidest. Why? Just why? You couldn't just say protected people?
Yeah, is the goal to just name them something that nobody in the world can possibly repeat?
Yes, because then they can feign offense. Yes, so they can feign offense every time you say it wrong.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Well, that's a guaranteed. I can't repeat that.
They provided $0 to deal with the
is that what they call it,
genocide of
passwording?
MMIW G2SL LGBTQIA+. This.
Yes, that's the password.
She is so invested in this too. Like that shit flew out of her mouth like she said it 1,000,000 times.
She did say it 1,000,000 times, more than likely.
Yeah, I'd have to practice that several times in order to get that one right, for sure.
Oh, wait.
I didn't realize Canada started adding, I guess, the alphabet to it. How far? Well, to be fair, like there's only 26 letters, unless they're going to add the French in there too, right? Like, don't they have a couple extra letters?
That is why Emmett calls them the alphabet people, right?
Yeah, just call them the alphabet people. And lately I've been calling them the lettered people.
The people of letters.
No, the letter people. It's like don't claim your letter. They're just the letter people. I don't remember what we were talking the other day. I was talking to, I think, Avery.
Mm-hmm.
And Avery was like, but not all of us. And I'm like, yeah, but I can't risk it anymore. All of the letter people will have to go to tree maxing. And then you know that I say tree maxing and trees and all that to avoid TOS, and they went directly to TOS right after that. And I'm like, dude, it's obvious. Please don't. Come on. In a video game.
In a video game.
Lettuce, bacon, K, tomato.
Oh my gosh.
You suggested that video. I'm so going to have to learn my own language to get away from all those letters now. Oh, don't worry. I got you covered, my boy.
Oh,
They
Jesus, that
provided
was...
$0 to deal with the ongoing genocide of
That is-
MMIW G2SLGBTQIA+.
Gosh, that's like 3-factor
this is a little-
authentication over here.
I think Abe was right? Like, I think Christians ought not act this way, right? Like, you're driving me away from the Christian Brotherhood because you're torturing me with this crap. Jeez.
I love that.
LGBT.
Canadian MP mocked for using insanely long LGBTQ acronym at press conference. She was mocked publicly for doing it too. It's amazing.
Fuck, it says LGBT BBQ plus BB at section 230. You think to yourself, how could these people funnel billions of tax dollars into a select few who would be dumb enough to fund something so retarded? Well, I know why. It's because of communism.
That's right. That's right. Interchangeable widgets. That's what it's all about. It's about making humans into interchangeable widgets. It doesn't matter what your sex is. It doesn't matter what your relationship status is. It doesn't matter what you believe. You just have to act within the system how they want you to act within the system. And every piece needs to be easily replaceable. That's what they want. They want you demoralized, stupid, and willing to fill any position they put you in. That's exactly what they want.
She doubled down by saying we all are bigots. Yeah, I agree. I don't have a problem with that. Don't care enough. Welcome
Wait, now
to
I'm
Canadian
kind of
land.
worried. Yeah, I'm kind of worried now, right? Like, isn't like what 1/3 of Canada like trying to like join the U.S. Right? Do we really want this?
No, that's what I said. Canada is to be conquered, but it's not going to be a state. It's going to be a territory. No right to vote.
Well,
They're
I think
just gonna
I think
accept the fact that they're a territory now.
Well, yeah, because I think that's the inherent issue with us taking piece of Canada in as a state. It's literally their right is our middle left. So even if you did graft them in, they're going to immediately be voting on the Democrat side of all the issues, which just pushes us further into degen stupidity, I think.
Yeah.
If you have a conversation with a Canadian conservative, they're going to agree with you on several things, but there's some things they're going to say that you're going to sit back and be like, you're not conservative then. Like, what you're saying right now is not congruent with a conservative worldview. You're just saying you're conservative and then spouting a bunch of liberal stuff.
Man. Point of
Unfortunately.
order. Is this one? No, point of order. British Parliament.
God, he's got a library in his head. I probably don't want to hear this.
Order! Order! Order!
Order! The government chief whip has absolutely no business whatsoever shouting from a sedentary position. Order! The honourable gentleman will remain in the chamber. When...
Sorry? It still is. Of course, yeah, I know what I'm doing.
And since when an amendment has...
Order. I know what I'm doing.
When he turns up at our children's school as a parent, he's a very well-behaved fellow. Be a good boy!
That at any time in our
Order.
history...
I apologise for interrupting the Prime Minister. There is simply far too much noise. The public doesn't like it, and neither do I.
This government or that Labour Party led by Jeremy Corbyn.
We don't name people in the chamber. People must observe the rules. No, order! Order! Order. I am simply and politely informing the Prime Minister
That's gonna be me moderating the
That's
debate
amazing.
the next day. Order, 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 order. That's gonna be my style of moderating.
Yep.
I'm not gonna lie. I kind of think he was saying Hodor.
Hodor. Hodor. Somebody should voice over that with him saying Hodor. That would be so amazing. That would be amazing.
Hodor, Hodor, Hodor.
Oh, wow. That's
Or
epic.
definitely worked in fast food restaurant in the past life, maybe.
Okay, I got to go get ready for the in-laws or whatever this zoo I'm fixing to attend. Apparently, so I'll catch you guys later. Try to behave a little bit, Emmett. I mean, you know what? Abe this year to kind of like hold your hand and make sure you kind of like behave, right? Like I got a little faith in Abe here, right? I mean, little Abe, I
Josh
think.
is like, I won't be on those panels anymore, Josh. Okay, don't worry about it. But you will. But you will.
I'm not gonna lie. You
filthy
I
animal.
pop it. I am a
You
dirty,
filthy animal. You will.
of course, I'm a dirty commie now, right? Like, clearly, I'm going to be hanging out here, right?
But the question is, are you trying to make them like you?
The very long established procedure
Not particularly,
with which
no.
everybody, including the Prime Minister, must comply. Mr. Lewis, get a grip of yourself, man. Come. Take up yoga, you'll find it beneficial, man. I say to member order. Resume your seat, Mr. Harper. You don't stand when I'm standing, and that's the end of it. Mr. Angus Brendan McNeil, calm yourself.
I'd be useful clips for a moderator. I'm not going to lie, they actually would be.
Yeah, you just
funny
clip
as
them up
hell.
and then use them.
Yeah,
Freaking
that's-
full screen. Order! Order!
Order! Order!
Yeah, you know that's gotta
I take one of these and I'm like, Mr. Orthodox guy, calm yourself.
Wait, whose debate are you hosting? Are you hosting Paige and Orthodox guy?
Daria versus Daria.
That's gonna be so
Or
spicy.
Daria versus Orthodox guy.
Oh, it's gonna be
Yes.
so spicy.
Yeah,
I watched that
Daria.
interaction. That is gonna be spicy. I
I
was trying
Oh,
from the
that's what
chat.
he was talking about.
I was trying from the chat to explain that there's literally a difference. I
You
understand.
triggered me. You triggered the fuck out of me.
I did? Wait, how did I trigger you?
Logic, and I'm like, I don't give a fuck about the logic. We're not talking about that. We're talking about something else here.
Well, he kept making the claim that he functions in logic, and I'm like, it's the wrong logic you're talking about. You keep bringing up computers and buildings and physics. You're talking about mathematical use of logic. Yes, the rules of logic exist and are the same across both, but what we're talking about when we say logic is logical statements and outcomes based on statements, not some mathematical equation, true, false. We're talking about a downline of understanding what's happening and why. And when you just claim it's false out of hand because that's illogical, when you didn't even go down
Well,
the
that's
train
a
of
fallacy.
logic, yeah, it's like, prove it. Prove it's a fallacy. Well, I see it in society.
the
No,
fact
that's not.
That you're claiming the fact that you're claiming that it's false is the same as claiming that it's false.
Yes. Yes, that.
Life for me is pretty good. I'll be fine. Just not a fan of these many in-laws in a single sitting. Yeah. Goodbye, Josh.
Goodbye, Josh.
I'm
How
gonna
long,
be
Nate
as-
says.
I'm gonna be as impartial as I can. But yeah. But
How
what does
long
it
Nate
say?
donated and said definitely would require at least a 50-year territory status while they get accustomed to U.S. political system. Yep. Basically most of one lifetime.
You know what this is going to be, right, Emmett? This is going to be the Ferdinand instance. This is right before the fucking World War starts.
It's the logos there, Jack, probably. This is what I have to say to Tolong Nate.
Oh my gosh.
The fact that he gave up at the end.
It's so good.
Order.
Order. It's so funny because it looks like he's grinning while he's saying it too. Like this is getting so stupid, it's funny to him.
Order.
Like watching the prime minister and all of the ministers in your nation yell like children at each other while you're screaming at them to order. It'd be like being in a room with like Trump and freaking Vance and a whole bunch of senators and yelling order at them. You'd be cracking up inside too. Hodor! Hodor!
Hodor. Do you remember Sargon? Did you watch Sargon
I did.
at any point?
Yep.
Do you remember when Sargon go to war with Medicare? Did you know that Medicare said not long ago that Sargon was right and we needed to do Game K 2.0?
Sargon of Akkad, yeah.
and call him a winner, and it's like from all the people that time, one of the winners is Sargon of Akkad. At least he tried doing this shit, but he has like a family now, and then it's like mostly normal.
Yep. Do you watch Lotus Eaters now?
Lotus Eat? No, I have never. I don't remember watching them at all.
Isn't that his new thing?
Oh,
Lotus Eaters podcast.
I haven't seen Sargon in maybe. I haven't watched Sargon
while.
in maybe 6 years.
6 years? Are you kidding me?
I watched like 2 clips.
You have to keep
He says
tabs,
something-
Emmett. You have to keep tabs.
Last
He
thing
said
I
something
watched
kinda
from
dumb, and
Sargon.
I was like,
You watched
The
what?
last thing I watched from Sargon of Akkad was explaining how America is like the Roman Empire and that the progressives are like the Christians that came and took it over. And that I was like, okay, this is the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life.
Well,
I'm done.
Well, wait. What time period was that?
Around the time where they were persecuting them and going after them and scaring them into caves and shit.
And that's
I
changed.
think this is the.
No, I mean in
I
the
think we're in
U.S.
the Middle Republic.
Oh,
I
think we are in the Middle Republic right
You
now.
think we're in middle, or you think we're getting close to late?
No, we're in the middle. We lack a true Cicero to be late. We lack a true Pompey, and we lack a true. We
Wait,
may
we
have
lack a
Crassus
Pompey?
and Trump. Yeah, we lack a Pompey.
Do we?
Who is Pompey? Who?
Never mind. Never mind.
Who is Pompey? Who is Pompey? You think Trump is Pompey?
I didn't say anything, Emmett. I'm just saying.
Trump is not Pompey.
I didn't
Trump
say
is
he
not
is.
Pompey.
I didn't say
I'm
he is.
sorry, you're coping so
I
hard.
did not
about
say he
Trump being
is. I
Pompey.
didn't say he is. I never said that. I
No,
said
you
we don't have a Pompey.
We don't. We need to have like a lower class citizen that becomes a hero of the republic, conquers Mesopotamia or something similar, and then it becomes like the greatest one of the greatest political people. in
And what if
power.
that's what's coming right after this?
No, that will still be in the Middle Republic, right?
I guess so. But we're
Yeah.
chugging along towards
I
Towards the
still think
other.
we need a Cicero. We need a We need a Kato. Well, Kato is not hard to get. It's just a teriyaki.
But do you
In
think
other
we're going to
words.
follow the exact same phases? Because I don't think we have to follow the phases to hit late Republic. I really don't. Because if you look at like economic conditions, input or increase in people, increase in degeneracy, seeking to expand, like all of those things are happening regardless of whether or not we have the leaders that the Romans
Yeah, I know.
also
That
had.
can be in the Middle Republic. We're still in the middle. I don't think we're gonna see the decline of the Republic into the Empire. As in the way that the Roman happened.
Well, it can't be in the way.
Roman happened.
It can't be the same
It can
way.
be in the way. Oh yeah, not the same way, but it's
Yeah.
similar.
Yeah.
You have to. We need to have like the first. We still haven't had like a super great civil war, besides the. 100
Excuse me? Excuse
It's
me?
a different kind of civil war.
There has to be some sort of catastrophe that happens, and pretty soon there's going to be a worldwide catastrophe that harms the empire.
Well, there'll be a
And-
unifying event,
Well, it's
right?
gonna- it'll be a unifying event for us, but for the world, it'll send it into chaos.
Right.
China's going to collapse from it. Most of
I'm
Asia is going to
talking-
completely collapse from it.
Well, we need we are getting towards Sula and Marnius. That's where we're heading towards. We're not heading towards the great generals of the late Roman Republic.
Mm,
We're going to the point in which we're going to start seeing the fragmentation and the rise of these kind
that's
of
what I was just going
warlords.
to say. We're going to see the rising of it.
Yeah.
The factions.
I just see like a rise of the warlords, right? I just see that, but I don't see
It's so
I
different
don't
too,
see
the way that
the-
it functions, right?
It is
because
different,
because there's such a shift because of the way that things function in the modern era as well as technology. Because you won't necessarily know of the Roman style warlords like they did at all, but they could be rising in their own section, in their own ecosphere, and you won't even know about it until it's on the scene. I mean, obviously we're like very internet based people, so we pay attention to the things going on around us, but I definitely see that happening in real time, right?
Shit, I miss when AJ wasn't drunk all the time and speaking nonsense more than 10% of the time. That fuck is breaking my heart lately. Renor can't sound the warlord, right? I don't know who AJ is. Who's AJ?
AJ's the one who wore like the America cowboy hat and went on Rob Noor's that same night that like the whole blow up happened. He's like Indian-ish and
I know who you're talking about.
yeah,
Yeah, I see.
that's AJ. I'm pretty sure that's AJ.
I don't know. They're all crazy. They're all like kind of crazy. It's
Or unless he
crazy.
means Alex Jones. Oh, he means Alex Jones. That's who he means.
Oh, okay.
You know,
Wrong AJ.
I have to wonder about that though. Fucking button. I have to wonder about it.
Why?
Because what's the shift for and why? Like,
Oh well, they think Trump is compromised, right?
does he though? It's Alex Jones.
Yes, Alex Jones has been a big proponent of them being
Conspiracy?
compromised pretty much.
Yeah.
Conspiracy theories and stuff like that. So yes, I think so. I think he believes from the bottom of his heart that Trump is compromised.
How would you compromise him?
Well, he's thinking that the people around him is compromised towards the state of Israel. And to be fair, I do think that this whole thing, when it comes to the attacking of Iran, was in grand.
Yeah.
It was escalated towards
Because
it
of
happening.
right. I agree. Here's the question. Well, like today, Wasn't it today that Vance went to Iran and had the talks, or Pakistan and had the talks about another ceasefire? And
I believe so. I mean, he
failed.
put Vance in charge of the whole thing.
Did the talks fail
And,
today?
I don't know if they failed. I haven't heard of it. Do you know if it failed?
I think it failed. I think it was 21 hours of negotiations that ended with a failure. And if that's the case, if the ceasefire is negotiations completely failed, if there's a complete breakdown, then it'll be game on at that point, probably.
The thing about all this stuff is, I don't even mind like actually getting rid of Iran as a nation. I don't mind that. I just care about who gets all the stuff from Iran, and if it's going to be, you know, a certain blue jay infested country, then I think they just basically are trying to rebuild their empire so that they can not have to rely on us anymore. That I don't like that.
Yeah.
Let's see if there is such a thing. Reports of it.
You could, or I could.
Nate. Sent the vice president advanced
Thought about it.
for negotiations when Iran picked the level of America agreed. Trump wants and fuck. What? Oh my god. I don't care. Mujtaba Khamenei is officially dead too. Okay. Yadibine says the U.S. delegation will return to America without a deal with Iran, but that this outcome is much worse for Iran than the U.S. We've been at it for 24 hours. We've been sustained in discussions, but the bad news is we have not reached an agreement. The bad news from Iran much more than it's bad news for the USA. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's gonna happen. Let me tell you something. As long as I don't have boots in the ground, I don't care. People can say whatever they want. As long as I don't have a full-on invasion, they keep peppering and destroying their infrastructure. I don't care. Don't care at all.
I agree. I don't want boots on the ground.
So, and I don't think anybody. I think the Trump administration understands that nobody wants Trump on the ground. Nobody wants boots on the ground. I think they actually understand that part. So, as long as that's going on, it's a shitty situation. Obviously, we don't want war in general. But don't care. Nobody cares. The thing before the Hutkin, the way more right than not, fell off a while ago after being sober. He just showed up on Teamcast weeks ago, completely liberated, and had to leave on his by being able to function. What? They may have deleted the episode. That was acting sober and working out, but fucking fell off. My conspiracy around the S-Hook thing, he fucked his head up, went a bit full tard, never recovered. He was always conspiracy, but also had a ton of crazy info. Most didn't.
It's true.
That people still make months of content, but today is like new. New Ayatollah is still alive. Okay, I don't care about that. By the way, I saw, I think it was you who said Christ is risen, and that's true. Christ is risen. So, happy Passover for everybody.
Happy Pasha.
Mm. I'm gonna go to bed. I have to go tomorrow and do some stuff.
Oh, what do you gotta
Have
do?
somebody coming over. I got a friend coming over.
I thought you were gonna say you have to come beat me up.
I will come beat you up.
No, you won't.
Well, you want to meet up?
You can't even get here.
I can get
You don't know the way. Do you know the way?
But Google knows the way.
Do you know the way?
I know the way.
Oh my gosh. Oh,
Thought we
man.
were boots on the ground because we parasocial viewers, weapons of mass destruction. Did you see that?
Oh my gosh.
Did you see the weapons of mass destruction code from From Sarah.
Wait, what? Say that again.
You didn't see it. Was it Ready Tomato or was it the Sleepy Tomato?
I don't know how I would have missed that.
Oh, you did miss it. Let's go here. Let's go transcript. Go. Let's see.
It's to honestly, gosh, like we network out so much. Everybody's tapped in, right? But when you start a podcast war between two content creators, your goal is to see who are they going to favor? Who are they going to cling to? Who are they going to be mad at? Who are they going to, whatever. And if you can make them into little weapons of mass destruction, you can do a lot of damage. We've all witnessed this.
What?
Wait, you start a little.
Are we weapons of mass destruction, Emmett?
Yeah. Put it back again so you listen to it.
I didn't know. I didn't know we were weapons.
Who are they going to be mad at? Who are they going to, whatever. And if you can make them into little weapons of mass destruction, you can do a lot of damage. We've all witnessed this.
into little weapons of mass destruction.
We've all witnessed this. Damn.
That is so good.
I think those who
I covered it first. I sent it to Cool. Cool covered it too.
Is that who she's talking about? Like all of us?
Yes. He's like he doesn't mention any names in the whole stream, but he's talking about Vic. He's talking about Andrew. He is up 100% just mentioning us.
Wow.
That way.
Well, this isn't the first time I've been called a weapon of mass destruction.
Okay.
Okay, calm down.
Calm down,
Shit,
Ryan.
did I accidentally make a degenerate joke?
Yeah. Very much.
Whoops.
Very much.
Well, let me tell you what was my nickname.
that innuendo was so good. You didn't catch it yourself? Is that what you're trying to say right now?
I don't catch my own innuendos. Like the only person that's like me in that is me. Like me and Kat are that same way. Me and her accidentally make innuendos to each other, and nobody realizes it unless somebody else is there.
It must be a southern thing.
Oh, the lion. Stop flirting on my panel, dude.
That's amazing. That's amazing.
That was a funny one.
That was incredible.
But trust me, if I'm making innuendos, you'll know about it. I'm pretty obvious about it. Well, I guess.
Well, we knew about it.
Well, that one I didn't even think of. I was more saying that I'm like a weapon of chaos.
You're like a Wolverine when you enter the chat sometimes.
Yeah.
Like the time you came on my panel and started talking about putting bees in people's butts.
Yeah.
What the...
I mean, drunk me is literally just absolute chaos. There's
true.
nothing that drunk me won't say
that is
to
true.
either make you laugh or make you angry.
True.
The weapons of mass gonna become little weapons of mass destruction. I was like, wow, I didn't know I had that power.
That sounds like a good title.
Oh man, I should start a little show that's called Weapons of Mass Destruction.
You know what's funny, Emmett? You remember the movie Red Dawn?
Yeah.
I live in that region where that movie is supposed to be taking place, where the communists are coming across the border into America, and I just had that thought. It's funny.
I told you I can get to your house.
No, you can't. You don't
Yes,
know
I
the way.
can.
You don't know the
Yes,
way.
I can.
You don't know the way.
Yes, I can.
Good luck. Good luck.
What do you, how does the song goes? The song goes, yes I can, yes I can. Anything I can do, I can.
Anything you can do, I can do better.
Any,
I can bake a pie.
anything
Can you bake a pie? No, neither can I.
Neither can I. Yeah. There's an animation of that. I think it's kind of funny.
What do you mean nobody likes you? Fucking button. You're freaking hilarious.
So no one likes me, but I'm edgy. You're edging. It's
What
that's
the
different.
fuck?
What the fuck?
Now that was degenerate.
What? What the
I'm
hell,
tired,
Emmett? What was that?
Too far.
That was definitely too far.
That was the worst. Fucking
That's-
like, what the fuck? Unsubscribed. 509 subscribers.
I'm out. What the shit? I was proud of Emmett until today. I was proud of my little brother till today.
And then he says, can't stop teaching him things.
Holy crap. Oh, shit. Wow. Wow, wee wow.
Everybody's like, what?
Wild. That was a little wild.
I didn't say anything. I'm innocent. I'm an innocent little boy.
Wow. This has gotten so degen. Emmett, look what you've done.
Don't put this on me. You all participated too.
I did not
I
participate.
made a perfectly innocent joke that you guys took degenerate.
Look,
No, you did. You made the most generic one. And then that derailed it.
your tone when you said it too. You're like, I've been called a weapon of mass destruction.
That's because of my
All
smooth
proud
southern
like,
drawl.
all proud like and shit.
Well, that's my smooth southern drawl. I can't help that. I can't control it.
Nothing
Oh
good
my
happens
gosh.
after 2 a.m.
No, this is true.
Abe came up and made it this way.
I did no such thing. They just get goofy when I come around, I guess. I don't know.
Oh, it's our fault now, boys.
You know it's your fault. Get out of here with that shit.
Evan was just trying to stay awake with Josh. I finally know how to debate Josh, to be honest. I finally got it.
Emmett, I think you.
This is what happened. This is what happened.
Oh, yep.
A week from there. I'm gonna see. Oh, because the post-mortem. Let's see if we have the thing right now.
And then they both reviewed it too afterwards. Then Ortho
Yes.
and Paige reviewed that for hours after that too. It's like, holy shit.
People were not happy. I think this is
not
it.
just sterilizing retards. It
Sorry, they really went ahead and did a lot.
monetized while shouting.
I don't have enough.
No,
So,
you know.
Keep it. I don't. know what's to do about it. Hopefully,
Schooling doesn't result in better outcomes for children.
No, because it depends.
So they were trying to figure out what were they going to debate.
Educational wise and like knowledge retention, yes, but most of them are social outcasts and weirdos.
Okay, so
and that,
what
that
about,
can be a problem in of itself, antisocial behavior.
Would you take the affirmative then on the position that homeschool kids are outcasts and weirdos, and I would take the negative?
I don't see much point in debating that, but I mean, we could.
Well, I'd like to take something you're passionate about. I mean, I don't mind debating that, but
I mean, the point is something that you want to debate as well. You have another topic in mind. You can bring it up. I once again, this is for the grave of the Hollow Knight with facts. This topic: men are for men and women are for beanos, and trucks are illegal immigrants. I don't know how that follows. But okay.
That was a good one.
Yeah, see, all the things I'm passionate.
Which, by the way, he mistyped it. Yeah. He meant to say truck. He meant another word. I think it was trucks.
Trucks, not trunks.
Trucks, not trunks. But I didn't know, and I was like, I kind of stressed out. So,
well, it got real heated. I saw you too, and that time you're just like, shit's gonna blow up in a minute. It sounded like it was
kind of the goal.
It was literally headed towards.
Well, I mean, that was kind of the goal. Well, that was kind of what Orthodox guy did. That was his goal. Like, if you see what happens once Paige is there.
Goal.
Yeah, both.
It was
wanted it.
No, I'm gonna say if you go back and watch right before Paige is even there, the second that he knows that she's there, he starts to get real aggro.
Yep, of course,
real aggro.
Of course. But she came because of that.
Yeah, she came because of that, and it was actually Holong Nate. Holong Nate went there and was the little weapon of mass destruction that created the whole thing.
So that reminds me, Nate just said, I've heard about Elder Lion's public restrooms are never safe when he's around.
Well, you're a little weapon of mass destruction, Lion.
Oh.
You've been called that before.
Yeah, loin. Now chill out.
Loin. Okay, too.
Oh shit. Elder loin.
What about force doctrine? Do you believe in force doctrine?
I'm a.
I don't know how many times I have to tell this guy that saying that a fascist is not a political win. I don't know, but whatever.
Fascist. Yes, I believe in force doctrine.
Okay. How about this one? Do you about eugenics?
Maybe I should debate.
Oh yeah, no, yeah.
Maybe I should debate OG on fascism.
You should probably. I knew that he was gonna say yes to eugenics.
Of course.
You cannot see it, but I have a big fucking smile right there. Let's see if
I would take the position that eugenics is wrong and immoral.
I would take the position that if you don't practice eugenics, you inherently practice dysgenics and have a.
Oh, so I was doing something.
Fuck it.
I could take the
button.
position. Like I could take the position. You could take the position that eugenics is right and just, and I could take the negative on that.
So they ended up with eugenics produces better outcomes for society. This is in 2 weeks. It's gonna be a good debate.
How long Nate wants me to tell fuck it button. I love you.
I love you. You have to do it with love, Abe. We all that day when you
it didn't
yourself.
It did not happen.
And then your kid arrived.
You were full of it.
And then
that never happened.
And then you turn to us and you say in a very loving voice, "I love you." That was very different.
That never happened. You're making things up. You are making things up. That never happened.
No, you are.
You can't prove it. You can't even prove it
I love
happened. You can't even prove it happened. That never happened. That never happened.
Was so sweet. Look back and it's like the sweetest voice ever. I love you.
It's okay. I mean, I think it's good that you love your family that much. I think it's actually a sweet thing to have.
Wait, what? What's the family? I thought it was me.
Well, yeah, I'm saying you're his family, right? So that's why he keeps saying. That's why he said it to you. You're his little brother.
That makes sense.
Fucking Doomerang, you can't deny what we shared that day.
Kokoma says, I move you. Bucket Button says, oh, I move you too. No, okay, congrats. Doomerang, I felt it. You can't deny what we shared that day. And then Kat says, ew, there's too much love in here. We have all of the different reactions to that in every single possible way.
Look, I'm pro. Fuck! I almost said something bad. I almost said something to dinner without realizing it, and I corrected myself. Never mind.
Wait, the lion is thinking the Janet stuff.
No, I realized it could sound. I realized it could be degenerate, and I corrected the course.
Oh my gosh. Oh wow.
Are you gonna stay for a little longer, Abe? I'm gonna raid you.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay.
Let's do it.
I'm gonna let you all two go. If you wanna go anywhere, go to Abe's channel. I'm just gonna go ahead and say goodbye real quick and go to bed.
Alright, sounds good.
Thank you for joining me, Abe. I might join you just for a second over there.
Cool, sounds good.
Thank you for joining me, Ella Lion.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, have you on.
Peace out, Elder Lion. You're welcome to come over if you want. Look, this is crazy right here. I have to leave his StreamYard because otherwise I'm gonna inception the crap out of myself. Uh-oh. There. Holy cow. I lost control for a second there. I was like, where am I? What's happening? I'm in too many streams at once. That's what I felt like. Did I make that an overlay? How did I do that? Small vid? Oh my gosh. There we go. That should work, no? Oh, there we go. My layouts are all out of whack right now. I don't even understand why. Yeah, you did get him to Spurg. How long, mate? That was a pretty funny evening. I couldn't get into my stuff at the time, and so I was watching that with you guys up there, and I was cracking up. The over under on it. I mean, I think he'll do it. I think he'll do the verbal argument. I don't know. Of course, I don't know his record of showing up when when something's going on, but I would trust that he actually wants to have that argument because he wants to set things straight and he wants payback for all the times that Paige has come around and lit him up arguing with him for, in his case, what he would feel like is no reason. So yeah, there's that. But yeah. What else has been up? I think one of the things I talked to Emmett recently about is we all pretty much called what was coming with the Panelstein situation. I think we all kind of knew at the time that the blow up between Rob and the Tomato happened. I think we kind of knew what was coming beyond that, because it seemed like there was instigation happening. I'm confused what you mean, Kyle. Wondering why, Abe? What I was saying about the other situation is like there's consistent through lines with all of it. Like the part that happened between Dusty and Rob happened before the Sarah and Rob explosion, and then the Sarah and Rob explosion happened because Sarah went on Dusty's panel, and I don't know, I'm not like blaming any one particular person, but some of these like themes or ideas that are being enacted by people are the same actions every time that keep causing these fractures in their little spaces. So yeah, exactly, Doomerang. When they feel that when it becomes beneficial for them to fight with each other, they'll do so. Because there's no real loyalty between, you know, in the famous words of Andrew, nepotism. They didn't have enough nepotism. So there has to be a level of trust and lines you're unwilling to cross against the person that you're working with. Otherwise, you're just, who's going to work with you after that point, right? So I don't know. I just don't know. Anything else interesting happening today, chat? You tell me. What do you think? I've seen Emmett's been popping off pretty good. Panel hopping, a little bit of chaos here, a little bit of chaos there, then come back and laugh. Have just generally cordial hangouts and conversations, but doing really good. And Confluence seems to be, I mean, I already knew that he was a little bit mysticky, but like he's been like really embracing that mysticism side of his beliefs. Nate, welcome back.
Hey, is my lag any better?
I think it is. Yeah, that was pretty quick response.
All right, cool. Yeah, so I know it's frustrating and sometimes entertaining for everybody when I use my speech to text to type because I'm driving. If I'm interacting, I'm driving pretty much.
Yeah,
anyway,
that's true.
So the subject that I offered for that was if what I said versus what was typed up there, right?
Yeah.
Because Emmett had brought up the scenario of men are from Mars, when women are from Venus. How do you communicate all that stuff, right? So I wanted to say if men are from Mars and women are from Venus, then are troons illegal migrants?
Oh, I see.
Yeah, troons, not trunks, not
I
trucks.
see. That's why you said
Yeah.
damn it after both of those. I get it.
Yeah.
I get it.
Anyway, but yeah, so were you, how much of yesterday's stuff with Emmett were you watching?
Off and on, I think I watched quite a bit, but I'm not sure that I caught everything. I don't see it, Emmett.
All right.
There. Yep,
Well,
there. It worked, Emmett.
Gotcha.
Thank you. Welcome in,
Well-
Emmett Raiders.
Hello. So I got up there specifically to poke and prod at OG.
Yeah.
And I got up there with the intent to troll. And I found something that Emmett would be able to back him up on so that I looked less of a troll.
That's
And like
That's funny.
it was so much fun because like I sent him on a roller coaster a number of times. I'm like, dude, I'm just trying to have a calm discussion about some things that, you know, we may not agree on, right? Let's not get excited. Let's not get emotional about it.
That's
all
funny.
this other stuff. And I intentionally brought up the Ortho Bros because that's what he tends to call everybody that he disagrees with.
Right.
So I actually drudged up the whole thing, kind of hoping that that ABG, average female debate enjoyer, or average female debater, I was hoping she'd come in.
And sure enough, you knew that she couldn't pass that temptation. You knew that.
Well, I knew that she was coming up on doing her morning show, so she was really only interrupting her morning routine by like half hour, 45 minutes. I knew it was going to be golden.
It was golden. That whole interaction had me cracking up. And then on top of cracking up, then I'm like, what the shit are you talking about? So then I'm like spurging in the chat and I like step away. I'm not watching it. I come back immediately. I'm back in the chat because it got pretty ridiculous. And then they're like, come up here. I'm like, I'm not coming up there. Otherwise I'm not going to bed.
Right. I was like, man, it was a whole lot. And then, you know, I tried to play kind of like middleman, right?
Yeah.
And when he asked for my opinion on stuff, I'm like, well, I'll give it to you, but I'm not sure you're gonna like my take on it.
That's true. That's true. Well, it'd just be the same. He's just gonna get the same kind of answer because. But then he's going to call you an Ortho Bro too. So.
Well, no, I made it absolutely clear. I cannot be called an Ortho Bro. I
He would
don't
still
have a
call you
debate
that.
channel. I don't have a debate channel. I get up on only friendly, well, not only, but primarily friendly panels. I'm not even orthodox.
Right.
I don't claim any of it, right? And so it's like
Right, but like if I go and I
I'm
argue
not
tag,
Ortho Bro, dude.
I'm not. But if I go and argue tag or something against him or somebody in that space, they're gonna claim I'm an Ortho Bro too, because that's what they think
Right.
when you go into any logic or reason in depth like that. You know.
Right. Well, I'm still figuring it out. Like I can't even be online with enough guaranteed signal to be in Discord in the Foundry, fine tuning my skills, right?
Right.
All of my stuff is just up here on these wacko open channels. I mean, like last week I went up on a Teriac and I love and loathe that kid at the same time. Like, but I got into it with Shiva, and like Shiva was full on spurging on me, calling me names and all kinds of stuff, and like I'm not fine-tuned enough to be able to actually do a debate. I can get up and throw jabs in a panel, but not enough to actually debate yet.
Yep.
So, you know, I'm like, I just enjoy the scene, but I will most definitely pick on some people who need to be shown how to walk the path, you know?
True. True. Well, it's that whole thing, like I said before, the mental maps, the frameworks, like everybody's I don't know, representational model, I guess you could call it. And it's funny because you see all these weird sticking points that are similar in different people based on basically the Western ideology that has permeated, the liberal ideology that has permeated the US, basically, even into religion, right? And so when you're talking to like OG or anyone else who doesn't have depth beyond their self, right? Like they don't go into other things outside of just their self and their little sphere, then they have no real perspective, but they believe they have plenty of perspective because they don't realize there's, 1,000 times more to the whole story than they think there is. And so they'll get on there and argue with you confidently about the one thing they know, but the one thing they know is a tiny data point in a huge sea of information.
Very true. Nate, I acknowledge my limits. Hey, Emmett, I didn't see you were there at first.
Yeah, I just came in. I'm not gonna stay long. I'm actually kind of tired. Just wanted to bring everybody over here and say that your trolling yesterday was top tier. And you got what you wanted. We got a debate coming. Damn it.
True. Well played.
Well, I think Emmett, you got onto it by about like minute 2 of my conversation.
Yeah. I thought you were, when you said about the moon landing and about the foil. I was thinking you might be trolling me, but I wasn't sure, and I was trying not to alienate
Freak
you
out?
or attack you in a way. Yeah, I wasn't gonna freak out on that. First of all, because it doesn't matter that much to me. But second of all, because
Right.
I just didn't want it to. And then he got like super mad, and then he started. I don't understand why they decide. This is the only thing that I will say. I tend not to talk about people on other people's panels or even on my panel unless it's like something I'm talking about directly, like the weapons of mass destruction or referencing little things. But I don't go into. I would not go into any people panel and just call them out for anything. I think it's like bad manners in a
Well,
sense.
unless it's shots at yourself. If
Uh,
they've taken shots at you, then you will
Right,
go
yeah.
on their panel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
well,
Okay.
Yeah.
You will light
Hey,
people up
I
when
am.
they've.
I'm number one Ortho Pro. Of course I will. Okay.
So wait. So you're the Crucible and you're Ortho Bro now, according to people.
Yes.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Whenever people think about who is Crucible, it's me. Whenever people think who is Ortho Bro, is me.
Amazing.
And then they make a bunch of accusations about those two kind of people, and then they're like, "But you're different."
Emmett's over here collecting titles like it's cool.
Like
Right.
You'll see. There's somebody else that's collecting titles like it's cool.
Oh?
There's somebody else that's actually collecting titles like it's cool.
Is there?
Mhm.
Who?
Insane what happened to you'll see on Monday.
Okay.
But yeah, it's kind of interesting. It's kind of fun. I'm really happy because sometimes I'm a little bit starved of content because I don't have that many interactions with people outside me going to like other panels or stuff like that. So it's kind of nice to get a debate that I can moderate, and I will moderate as good as possible. I'm doing the background operations. In a week, we're gonna get it done. I am going to get a thumbnail and everything going, and I finally have super chats. So if you want a super chat, I will be reading super chats after the debates are done, and then I'm probably gonna open to people asking questions. And I'm not gonna open a panel. It's just gonna be asking questions. Just don't want to
Right.
deal with a panel because there's too
Well,
much
and
animosity from both sides. So if I open a panel, it's just gonna devolve into people shouting at each other.
Right. Well, I'll just go ahead and take my title as a little weapon of mass destruction, and just repeat my last chat from yesterday in your stream. Who needs a wilting fruit when Emmett could organize that in 5 minutes on a live stream. You know?
So
I mean,
Yeah.
it was
so
entertaining.
that is
My favorite title.
I
that-
hope the whole thing's gonna be entertaining, and I think
My
it's gonna
favorite
be
title.
actually pretty cool. Go
My
ahead.
favorite title that I've been given is Tyrant. I love that one. That was a good one.
Yeah.
That was a great one to receive.
For something you didn't even do, by the way.
Yep.
Did you get
Yep.
Did you get another Spurgatron?
It still happens off and on.
Did you get another Spurgatron because of what I did the other day?
Wait, no, actually, incredibly not. So this is actually really funny. So I rated to JS after I ended, and I see Steelman in his chat, and he's like, Abe Dinkus sent me here, and then he said something like, what was it? He's like, "You'll be sorry" or something, like to JS, and I'm like, "What? Okay, what?" I'm like, "Okay, dude."
I know that he spurks out at a page because okay. I know he spurks out at Daria because Are We Not Men bans. Well, not he mutes him. Like for a minute. Every minute he bans them for a minute. So he says something in chat and he just bans them for a minute. And then he says something in chat, bans him for a minute.
That's amazing.
I actually got to use that tonight. In your chat, Abe. John Castle literally said, "Come on and give me
Time you
a
out.
mute."
Mm-hmm.
Time me out. I was the second one, so I canceled out the 60 seconds that who was the other one that did it? I just did 10 seconds. I was being nicer. But yeah.
That's freaking funny.
Yeah, it is hilarious. Like we went for it at the same time. It just took longer for my phone to transfer than the other
It was me.
So,
Was it?
It was not.
Emmett loves doing that.
It was
Doom did it. Yes.
But the last time I did it, the chat was like, "Oh, this is we're about to end, so this is for you, fucking idiot." And I just type him out for 30 minutes. Cry about that.
Right? Well, who was it? Who was it in your chat? Somebody was like being a pain last night, Emmett. Somebody was being a real pain, and I just kept saying, "Just time him out for 6 hours. Emmett will be done streaming by then. We won't have to hear it anymore. They can instantly come back tomorrow."
I don't know. I was paying attention to chat, but I wasn't paying that much attention to chat because I had two people on panel, and it's kind of harder to pay attention to chat when you have people on panel that are like very
right.
Yeah. Remember when everyone's gonna be back in 5 minutes, and then time out a certain mod for having his back
sober.
How did I do that? I don't remember doing that. I won't say that I wouldn't do it. I was being a dick that stream.
Well, fun times. I'm glad that I got to play around on stream with both of you guys today, and
It was nice.
It's good to have you back streaming, Abe.
Thank you. We'll keep at it. We'll keep at it.
Missed you the last month or so.
I missed it too, to be fair. So
It's time for me to rage quit, so I'm gonna rage quit. Rage quitter.
Emmett, quit
quit,
being
you
an
lose.
ortho bro. Just quit arguing with everything I say.
Just quit being an ortho bro.
arguing
Just
with
quit.
Emmett, shut up. Quit arguing with everything
Shut
I
up.
say.
Emmett, shut up.
Emmett, shut up.
I
That's
gave
from
you
a
the
song.
perfect rage quit. Come on.
That's from a song.
What did he say? What did Dan say that day?
Emmett. Oh.
Oh, it was the
Shut
first
the
time
hell
I
up!
heard him say.
Shut the hell up! And we're all like, damn, Dan, calm down.
I was like,
He rolled in spicy too. He was like, shut the hell up! And we're like, whoa.
does this make me an orthosist? I guess.
I can't. Yeah, there you go.
Yep.
All right. Well,
No, stay, Nate. I'm gonna leave. Rage
no,
quit.
are you sure? All right, rage quit.
Yes.
Hey, have a good night, Emmett.
God bless you, Emmett. Number one ortho, bro.
Number one ortho, bro.
Damn.
The organizer of the weapons of mass destruction. Anyway. No, there's just been so much entertainment for the last while. That's
Indeed.
been available on different panels all over the place because things were really quiet throughout the panel verse. And then just all of a sudden last week, boom.
Exploded. Yeah, I would agree with that. Like, I noticed a big uptick in just virality and hilariousness all across our little spaces. Like,
Oh, yeah.
damn. Got heated up.
I've been thoroughly entertained just going through and watching clip after clip after clip, little shorts with all the reactions from the last week. And I think it's, I was wondering how long it was going to take, the plaintiff side to start talking about stuff, and to leave it outside of the paywall so the rest of the world could see it.
That's true.
That was very intentional, and I don't know. I don't know. There are some people who are able to
Cut out a bit here. Can you still hear us chat? Well, I can't hear Nate, but can you guys hear me? I think that was a planned event, actually, Killer Kyle, because I don't think Nickelback was ever like a terrible thing. I think that was seeded. Sorry, Nate, we lost you for a minute there.
Oh, you're good. Anyway, what was the last part you heard?
You said it. I think it was intentional because.
Oh yeah, some people are able to use their siren call and gather the simps to them, and then other people are able to throw out a battle cry and rally the troops.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. So, what was the Nickelback comment?
Oh, somebody, Killer Kyle asked, why does everyone hate Nickelback? And I said, I think Nickelback is a fine band. I think that was like a seeded thing. Like somebody started a trend of you have to hate Nickelback. I remember when I was like in my last years of high school, it just changed from like they were a pretty good band and people liked them to everyone hated them. Like the whole next grouping of people hated them. And there was like stuff on the internet about hating them. And I don't know.
Right. Well,
I don't see
I'll
the
tell
point.
you this much. Chad Kroeger and his musical writing style, I think it was more an industry reaction, because all of a sudden hair band style music became popular again with Nickelback.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean,
Well, because
it
then
was-
Chad Kroeger like diverted his attention to like My Darkest Days with his style written in, and then from there, My Darkest Days freaking lead singer went to 3 Days Grace, and so now Nickelback's putting stuff out again. So I don't know.
right.
Maybe
Well, there was a lot of hate for Canadian music at that time as well.
that's fair. That's fair. You had similar stuff happen to like Avril Lavigne and others in the poppy-ish music sector, I guess.
Well, and then
Well,
right,
wasn't that
and
his
then
wife?
there's
Wasn't that long-
oh hey, what's
Wel-
going on,
welcome
man?
in, Rule of Two. Are you talking about Bane's Rule of Two?
Yes. Thank you. Finally. Finally, somebody gets it.
I got it the first time I read it, and I was wondering this
Yeah,
whole
that's
time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Cool.
Darth Vader. Yeah, because like infighting, no bueno.
Mm-hmm.
Kill 'em all. One
That
sing-
and
There we go.
it also concentrates power, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, with the Metachlorians. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Thank you. Finally, somebody that understands me.
I know I sound like a stupid redneck trucker, but I understand a lot more of the deeper references than most people would believe. So
You're all good. I've talked shit to you before, and yeah, I was being ridiculous. Sometimes I just don't know when to quit.
right.
Hey, it's about the entertainment value, right?
Hmm?
Exactly. Exactly. So what do you think about the Nickelback thing? Was that an anti-Canada thing, or do you think that was an anti-hairband music revival?
Well, for me at the time, so I'm 41. So like in my high school years was like when Nickelback kind of came out, but I was like into Korn, Limp Bizkit, Slipknot, that kind of stuff. So it was like I liked their first album, Silver Side Up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's a good album.
And I saw them live, and I was like, "Holy crap, they're great live!" But then, like, the zeitgeist went against them.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, "Oh, this shit's lame." But then, like,
Gotcha.
but Pantera's like my favorite band, though, right? And then I like Dime is like the best guitarist in the history of time, and so like diving deep into like all the shit Dime did, he was actually really good friends with Chad Kroeger, and they would just sit down, get hammered, and rock out. And I was like, well, if Chad Kroeger was cool enough for Dime to hang out with, I guess I was wrong.
Well, I don't
That's
know. Like, I don't know. There are certain people that are cool enough for me to hang out with that Abe wouldn't necessarily like. You know what I mean?
I think you'd be surprised.
I don't know. In real life, I'm pretty sure there are some of the people that I do hang around with that you would prefer not to share space with.
Maybe. That may be the
It's just
case.
that I have worked out understandings with them, right?
Right.
So
Fair.
But I mean that's the whole thing. When you really look into the whole music scene, like how many of the rock and roll guys actually did spend, like the hard metal guys, actually did spend time hanging out with guys like Willie Nelson, and I mean a lot of rock and rollers actually hung out with Kenny Rogers quite a bit during the 70s.
Yeah, there was a lot more crossover in like relations between genres
Right.
during that time
Right.
for sure. Yeah. Because it
And-
was about the music.
Right, because it was about the music and it was about sharing styles and like
Yep.
this riff that just doesn't quite work for his sound, but hands it off to a country guy, and boom, there you go. There's a banger.
Yep.
So, yeah, I'll be 50 this year, so I've got a few years on most of the guys in the group, and yeah, Nickelback took its hits, but you know what? Everybody's still it doesn't matter how hard a rocker the chick is, she's still gonna get up and dance to Rockstar. You know what I mean?
Yep. I just had a request from the chat, and it's a banger, so I have to play it. It's Rock Dogs, okay? Rock Dogs time.
Nice.
Yeah, man.
Is there hot dog in your rocks? Are there rocks in your hot dogs? Or do you do like Dusty, resurrected Abe and eat rock dogs? Is there glitter in your socks? Is there hot dog in your bagel? Or do you do like Rob Demeter in a toga and eat rock dogs? Is there seed in your hat? Is there cheddar in your teacup? Or do you do like Emmett with his parakeet pear and stuff? Rock dogs. Is there ink on your podium? Is there logic in your tea? Or do you do like Beth on Signal Syndicate and eat raw dogs? Is there fluff in your stew? Is there gravy in your kite? Or do you do like Puffy McCloud in a wild parade and munch raw dogs? Is there grease on your dashboard? Is there burger cream in your rig? Or do you do like K2 with a trucking wig flop and chow with a jig? Raw dogs. Is there smoke in your helmet? Is there sauce on your rocket? Or do you do like Smoking Spaceman with the Rot Dog clip and blast? Raw dogs. Is there syrup in your tone? Is there doubt in your prescription? Or do you do like Kissy Cat Pharmacist with a questionable voice and croak? Raw dogs. Is there mortar in your snarl? like bricky, prick, and bricklayer and stack? Raw dogs. Is there oil in your gears? Is there speed in your frame? Or do you do like Grid 1 Motor Force with a roaring race and grill? Raw dogs. Is there cash in your napkin? Is there tobacco in your meal? Or do you do like Andrew Wilson with his sneaky bite and grift? Raw dogs. Is there blush on your thunder? Is there gloss on your might? Or do you do like Glenn Lawrence, son of Thor, in wig and lipstick and shine so bright? Raw dogs. Is there lint on your hoodie? Is there salsa in your pack? Or do you do like Brian Atlas with his 304s and snack with tact? Burritos! Is there fire in your words? Is there blood in your debate? Or do you do like Speakeasy, final boss in verbal combat? Seal their fate and create Raw dogs.
Thank you, everyone. That was the Rock Dog anthem for everybody out there.
I love it. I love it.
Don't forget to talk to Emmett to get your rockin' hot dog.
Emmett's got your rockin' hot dog. All
That's
right.
Can I ask? I'm sort of known for this question, and by known I mean like two people know about this. Is a hot dog a sandwich?
No.
Hmm.
No, I consider the bun to be more condiment than holder of the hot dog.
Only if the hot dog is cut and the bun is separated into two pieces.
Yes.
Otherwise, it counts as like some version of a hoagie or a hot dog. But if you cut that hot dog down the middle and separate the two pieces of bread, it now becomes a sandwich.
What is the definition of a sandwich?
Sandwich
Well, but
is
is it-
two pieces of bread with food in between them.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Bun, two separate pieces.
No, there's always connective
Not unless you
linkage.
separate it.
What if but it started as one piece, right?
It did, but so did a loaf.
So so let me ask you this. Is a pita a sandwich? A pita pocket? Is that a sandwich?
No, because it's one. Nope.
It just like a hot dog bun.
Mm-hmm.
Now here's the real kicker. If you put peanut butter on one side of a piece of bread and jelly on the other side and you fold it in half, is that a peanut butter and jelly sandwich?
Nope.
No,
Mm,
because there's not two pieces of bread.
interesting.
Unless you cut it and separate it just like the bun.
Indeed.
This is a deep one. This tests the three laws of logic. This is why it's my favorite one.
There you go.
Surprised we don't have more takers on coming up here. Bucket Button, why don't you ever
Right.
come up anymore? What the hell?
Fuck it. Come play. Hey, Abe, do you have that last song that I sent to you last month
I'd
in the
have to-
Discord? Or did
Should
I
still
send
be
it
in
to
the
you by
Discord.
text?
I don't remember actually which way you sent it. Let's see.
I mean, if we're gonna fill time until Fuck It decides to sack up and come join the boys. Yeah, I'm calling you out. Come on, buddy.
Well, I'm on my way out, but I will.
Oh.
No. I mean, I have to work tomorrow and shit.
How dare you?
Oh.
How dare you have a life? Okay.
Right.
I understand. Not everybody has the midnight stamina. It's okay.
What are you talking about? I've got stamina.
Oh my goodness. Play
No, I
it
didn't-
again.
I didn't start my shift. I didn't wake up until about 9 p.m. That was a few hours early to start my driving shift at little after midnight Mountain Time. So I understand.
Oh, birding.
If I'm needing to be sleeping, I'm not on a panel anywhere.
Yeah, I'm on my like second 8-hour shift of like weeks.
Hey, there you go.
No, like 2 a days.
Right.
I don't
Oh.
Hold on a sec.
I actually just got wrecked on Speakeasy's channel on my first debate.
Oh no.
How did you
Did
do?
ya?
Well, they said
I didn't catch it.
I did. I mean, thank God. Basically, like when I was backstage, well, I was freaking out all day. I took it on 2 days' notice. I knew it was a topic I probably shouldn't have agreed to. It was also another first timers. It was about the U.S. should not be fighting Iran in 2026, and like in his opening statement, he went hard on the 2026 part, and I was just like, wait,
Gotcha.
like I was totally blindsided. What I didn't know at the time is that he had already had that debate scheduled 2 weeks ahead of time for somebody else, and I
Oof.
figured out. And then, like, I don't follow politics just because, like, my job and whatnot is so divisive that I
I
don't
see.
read the news and whatnot. And, like, I thought I could come at it from the we don't terrorist point of view. And backstage, I was like, oh, fuck, I shouldn't have agreed to this.
Gotcha. Well, hey,
Over my-
good sport jumping up there and taking the seat.
Yeah.
I was there for 5 hours.
I think that's a good way to force yourself to learn better debate tactics and stuff, is to jump into things maybe you're unprepared for.
For sure.
Oh yeah, those open panel debate stuff like the verbal combat,
Totally different.
that kind of stuff. That's a whole lot of fun. I've only been on there. I've only been up on there once. I took out Stillborn and then didn't get to talk the rest of the night before I had to crash out. So
Yeah. I think there's a huge utility in things like Bloodsport, short form debate, and some of the greatest utilities you get out of it is fast thinking and honing your rhetoric and the carefulness with your words in the moment, because those are really important things to have for cross exam and stuff like that. But it also shows you how other people's minds think in a debate setting, which is very helpful.
For sure.
Right. The only person I think, I don't know how anybody can actually, other than just wearing him down like Rob did, or like Rob Noor did, I don't know how anybody actually beats Teriak on there.
I don't know.
Well, hold on. Did you see Teriak and Rob Noor last night on VK?
Yep. So different atmosphere completely.
That was insane.
I wonder
if they were rude. Look,
yeah,
that was a mind fucking argument.
It was. I wonder. I debated Teriak on empathy on Swords of Reason a while back. I never saw a poll or anything on that debate. I'm curious how the chat thought that went.
I don't know how many weeks ago was that.
I don't
know.
Oh, that
was
a while back.
that
at
was
this point, 2 weeks, 3 weeks,
January.
something. No,
that was
far
was
back.
the end of February. That was the beginning of March. So no.
I wonder if anybody.
February, last week of February. Yeah.
I wonder if anybody in chat was there for it.
Well, I was in chat. From what I remember, it was I can't remember who the chat voted for, but it was like a very extremely split decision. Mostly because Teriak just wouldn't let you finish a sentence, and
one of his
and
tactics.
He refused to actually engage with anything other than what he put down. So, and that's, those are his two biggest tactics: is the interruption and just refusing to acknowledge any other points that are put down.
Right. Well, it's like I said before, he's very good at filibustering and then slowly guiding you away from your own point. By slivers and cuts, like little piece till.
It's insane. And I've had him do this to me. So I hang out on Teriak's channel. And like, if there's nobody there, I think I know his shit. And I've got him to give me little slivers, right? But yeah, that is 100% his tactic, is you get him cornered and then don't let up.
Yep.
Right.
And he keeps your mind wandering off so that you can't stay cohesive.
I'm not quoting him. He never said that. It's just what I deduced from talking to him.
Yeah. I think Rob is the only person who could actually take him head on and actually have that decisive a victory.
I will say, did you see the funniest debate in VK last night where Steelborn?
Yeah,
with
Irish accent. Yeah, that was amazing.
Teriak went attempted an American accent.
That was amazing. That was amazing. That was so funny.
Funny.
That's comedy right there.
I'll have to go check that one again. I crashed out, but
like I couldn't even remember what the topic was, just because like I was like just analyzing Teriak's American accent. I've called him out on it on his own stream so many times. I'm like, say cheeseburger, dude. He can't say cheeseburger.
That's freaking funny.
Oh, that is hilarious.
It's the accent.
Yeah.
But he gets called out constantly on like VK about like who would lie for the greater good.
Yep. Well, he's a trickster
Right.
at his core, and his idea is that chaos, if done correctly, can push people the right direction. And I don't think it's a good tack or the right way to go. But and the same is true with the lying. I think that it's like a moral ought that you shouldn't.
Right.
But I can understand in like the most extreme of situations, it does make sense that you would have to tell a lie. But I think it needs to be an extreme for that to even be the thing that you do.
Right.
Because you could just omit, you could not say, you could things like that rather than intentionally lie. So
Right.
At the same time,
Well, but you've also got to look at the environment that he grew up in. I mean, he's in Northern Ireland, post the IRA, and as you see what's going on over there now, those sentiments didn't actually disappear; they just kind of went underground again.
and now they're getting fucked too. Like Ireland is super
Well,
getting fucked.
It's now
Should be the
those-
53rd state.
right. Those Irish Republican Army sentiments are resurfacing with a vengeance again. You know, so
and I don't know if you guys saw, but I did that interview with the Norwegian on what's happening there too. It's the same. It's the same idea. Massive influx of Islamic peoples who are slowly taking stuff over and let to run rampant with violence over insults or over talking badly about Muhammad or defacing or defaming a Quran. Like their government lets it happen. Same
Right.
stuff.
like
Like,
he's
you can talk shit on the Bible or like
Totally open. Anybody, you can just do that because
you can mock absolutely any religion except for Islam over there. There is no difference in between that and in an Islamic nation. It is, and the guy that he interviewed had multiple assaults and can't even get the police to press charges. Like the police refuse to press charges for it. And like they take the report and say, yeah, well, you antagonized him by talking about his religion.
well, and even
Okay.
in Europe, even us having this conversation could get all of us arrested,
Right?
right? If we live there.
possibly.
Yeah, well, they can come find me. They can come find me.
You know, that's the American. We have free speech.
The American government can come find me as well.
Mhm.
I'm very rarely in the same location for any more than 10 hours, and then I'm in a different state.
I assume you're not doing anything that they would need to come find you, though. That's what I don't
Oh,
understand. When people are
This
like,
kind
"Why
of
do you need to?"
this kind of conversation. I mean, there are
we have
certain
freedom of speech.
subjects that this brand of conversation. There are certain subjects that if we put in place of Islam would be reason for the U.S. government to arrest.
Yeah,
him.
but we're not there yet, though.
We're not far off.
I agree. Which
I
is why
mean-
we need to do this, right?
Right. It is why we need to. But I think we need to have the healthy balance between the hard and extreme rhetoric and the softer, mellower conversations. You know.
100%, because I think most of us agree on, like, I'd say maybe 60% of things. But yeah, maybe even more. But
well, I'd say probably even more. So Abe and I were talking about this earlier tonight before Emmett's stream, where if we took cultural Christianity and actually held cultural Christianity to the Ten Commandments, right, as far as overall behavior, we would have an easy 75% of the country agreeing to that, and we wouldn't need to put any one denomination at the head of that, right? And even those who are just culturally Christian, who don't even claim non-denominational or anything, it just the basic of the Ten Commandments: respect your parents or elders, don't steal, don't lie, don't cheat on your spouse. Just a real basic description of that is really super simple and easy for at least 75% of the nation to accept. The main problem is that people say, yes, I accept that and I will live by that for myself. I don't want to ask anybody else to follow what I believe. And when you do that, you open the door for all the social chaos, because then you start making rules for the minority, for the exceptions, rather than for the majority.
Well, all right, so like a huge talking point is like nationalists, right? Like, should we be
the nation, right? The last 30 years of public education has really skewed the definition of nationalism and nationalist.
But I don't think. Now, this is just my take. So open for discussion, of course. But like, I kind of get butthurt when people get really. Well, I don't get butthurt. They get butthurt when they're like, "Oh, Christian nationalism," and it's like, well, shouldn't we federally have a concise hierarchy of truth? Now,
well, and we did.
But exactly, we did. The whole shit was written that way, right? So
right.
It's not saying you have to be Christian. It's just saying this, we have to have something that we derive truth from, and this is probably the best one.
It does say, literally, if you read their letters, this Constitution is written for religious, moral people.
Yeah.
And everything after that, we're warned.
For secular or atheists.
And everything beyond that, we were warned that the only thing that will destroy it is from within. So we're seeing that very thing happen. Erode the religious, moral people structure that kept it as a thing till it is more than half secular, unreligious, unmoral people, and you can take down the entirety of the system. And Russia actually said they wanted to do this in the 60s and 70s, and they enacted a whole bunch of programs to spread communism into the United States, and we're seeing that come to fruition today. And that's why we're now basically in a fight for the soul of a nation. So,
right,
the greatest. See, everybody forgets that we are the greatest nation.
We are the
beacon. The Constitution is, and the Bill of Rights came out of the Enlightenment, where Europe started going instantly extremely secularist at that time. They used those foundations, but grounded it in a basic Christianity, right? In order to have the moral founding that would have been found under a king at that time. Right?
Well, they tried to make Washington a king. They literally tried to make Washington a king. We have a
Yes, but
presidency
that's-
because he denied it.
Right.
Which
but
arguably
that's-
might have been better.
It could have been. I mean, we don't
I mean,
know
who knows?
because we don't know what he would have done with that or what his successor would have done with that, right?
Mhm.
But in place of the king, they put the basics of Christian morality, the basics of the Christian religion in place of a king. So that was extremely unique in the world because there was nowhere else that actually held any kind of grounding ethics
Well,
at the
Europe
same
did
time
for a
as
while.
offering those freedoms.
Well, and people should
Not-
make no bones about it. When people are talking about a Christian monarchy, Christ would have to be the head of the monarchy as the
Exactly.
king.
Yes.
And I think that's where the secular world completely misses the statement of they want a Christian monarchy. They're talking about a moral people leading the government under Christ's command, and it's like, I think that completely goes over their head. And the first thought is they think that what is being sought is a completely dictatorial totalitarian state with a king over it. And so
Right.
That's not even close to the argument. They don't even know what the argument is, which is frustrating.
Well, but that's because the standpoint theory has been introduced into higher education and now has gone through 3 generations of public school teachers and
Mhm.
administrators.
well,
Okay.
and yeah.
Now everything is individualized and atomized, and everything is about you.
Yep.
With what you are owed, what your rights are, what you should be able to get out of it, rather than your responsibilities. This is what you owe your country for being born on this free soil.
Well, and here's what's worse, Nate, is if you go read Rachel Wilson's book that talks about occult feminism, you'll see a trend line of feminism prior to World War II, but basically the entirety of its kinship, which then, if you think about it, women all go into teaching positions and nursing positions and all these, and now they're the primary benefactor of higher education in the United States is females. And that movement started, and it pushed for some of those changes. Like, it pushed for the helicopter parenting, it pushed for the self-esteem movement, it pushed for everything that would tell people to say me at all times, looking out for myself, I'm number one, I'm more important. And all of the movements associated with it drove for humanity in the United States to put themselves in the seat of God in their own mind. So instead of following Christ, you're following myself. I follow myself. And that's why we've moved into a completely subjective morality, a completely subjective mind state and frame of reference for everything. And those movements tailored that movement.
Right. We don't even operate in morality. We operate in ethics. And here's where I make an extreme delineation. And this is something I picked up on with some of the big speakers like Andrew Wilson and Jay Dyer, and even DPH, right? David Patrick Harry, where they say that they need to, that they don't use, we need to operate by Christian morals, we need to operate by Christian ethics. Morals are an unmoving, fixed foundation. Ethics is a sliding scale based on the situation.
Right. It's the behavior within the moral structure.
Right. So the Christian ethics does allow for the exceptions in Christ's example, such as flipping table, such as walking away from an argument, braiding a whip, going back, flipping tails, and chasing the Pharisees out of the temple for the day. Right?
Yeah. Yep. And people miss that. Miss so much about that. Like,
right.
It's the same thing. That feminism same feminism movement is what made that Jesus. They made a softer, kinder allow everything Jesus from the other verses, and they neglected to read the Sermon on the Mount. They neglected to read that very verse where he not only does he drive them out, he goes up on a hillside and weaves a whip with his own 2 hands and comes back down and drives them out of that temple and flips over the tables. It's not like Jesus just flared up into rage and did it on the spot. He went and sat on a hill above the temple while he weaved that whip with his bare hands, and then he went down and did justice.
I mean, it was an easy 3 hours of labor to find the reeds and then weave the whip.
So I'm saying that, like, that's a different character than this is the whole thing. Like, there's a modern day conception of Jesus that is not Jesus, right? And so there will come times when you've seen me, or you will see me, when people are having a discussion with me, I'll ask them which Jesus. The reason I do that is because there is one who is the way, the truth, and the life. And if you're serving something that is not that character, right? Because character is the uniqueness of a person. And so if they're not following the character that is Christ, then they're following a different one. Just like if I ask a Muslim, which God? Because they'll say, oh, it's the same God. No, which God? Because the character of your God in your text is completely different than the character in mine.
Right. That's a really big thing. Like the biblical character of Christ, right, is an ultimately masculine, ready to fight, ready to be a physically brutal individual, but also at the drop of a hat, ready to sit down and play with the children and feed the hungry and do all that stuff. That is the full range of masculinity.
Well, that's the whole thing.
This is one of the things that I have spoken about. Under the Enlightenment and egalitarianism, we have asked men to step back and allow more of that provider and protector role to go to women, which is outside of their nature, very outside of their nature. It is also not the nature of man to sit back and not lead the family, right?
Right. So
it becomes an extreme thing, and that, like, I had this conversation with I'm not sure if you were there, Bud, the other night when I was in there with Shiva last week.
Yeah.
And I was describing there is a difference in nature that's not saying that there's more social or economic value on one over the other, but that in practice, masculinity is more of a fully rounded, real masculinity is more of a fully rounded social, political, and at home capability than the female, which is social and home.
Well, and what's funny too, you saying that, Nate, is like, even if you go look at the conceptions, the early conceptions of masculinity, what you'll find is its maleness.
Mm-hmm.
It is the natural predilection of a male in the world. And so that would be testosterone based human male in action. And so, yeah, we have masculinity and femininity in language, but the actual usage of the word masculinity as to a human male is maleness, which is dominance, which is a willingness to, fight or be violent, when it's a more aggressive being. And so
right.
It's innately linked to maleness from its conception. And so it's funny that this is the game of language that's been played on us is a constant, like, if you see a female acting pushy and violent and over-talky and all of those things, those are masculine behaviors, because those are generally associated with the testosterone side of the spectrum, the natural male part of the spectrum. And so I agree with you that is inherent in what we see from Christ's actions biblically. Like, was he afraid to offend? All these people out here saying, well, Jesus wouldn't want you to talk bad to people. Yes, he did. He called
regular basis.
He called the leaders of the high temple, which, by the way, were the leaders of his people, had the power to jail them, had the power to put, all the restraints on them, called them a brood of vipers to their face. He called them snakes. He called them Lucifer to their face. The priests of the high temple. He called them Satan to their faces. In front of people.
You know what's been fucking me up about that is, like, also, like, going towards the crucifix. I mean, like, Jesus is God, all the Trinity and whatnot. He knew every fucking thing. Like, the omnipotence of it all. That's really hard to wrap your head around.
So the one thing I would say is there's a mystery to it, right? Because we can't understand the inner workings of God himself, right? Like, he's so far beyond us. But I would say there is either, and please don't quote me as this is the truth, because I don't know this, but there's either a fact that Christ allowed himself to not know while in the flesh, because that would change, or he would act as God in the moment, right? Rather than the man. Or he knew the whole time and he carried out the mission exactly as it was preset.
Well, I think
but
that falls
for
more
Christ,
on distance, right?
for Christ to say, no man knows the day or the hour, not even myself, only the Father, tells me that there's a level of detachedness he created for himself.
And I agree. So there's the embodiment of God. So he, I do believe that he was, and this is why I can accept the Trinity, right? He was fully man, right? He did not receive the Holy Spirit until after John baptized him, right? And at that point, he was fully man, endowed with the Holy Spirit, and at that point he could have had the full understanding of what his reason for being on earth was, right? Why he was able to understand the teachings at such an early age, why he was able to comprehend the entirety of the early books, right?
Well, yeah, because they found him teaching in the temple at 12. So
yeah, he was explaining things better than the priests at the time were able to explain it. With in like crazy deeper stuff, he was able to help laymen understand it better at the age of 12, right? So there's that innateness, all that stuff. However, the two things where he at the Garden of Gethsemane, where he says, Father, if it be thy will, take this cup from me, right? I don't want to have to die. I don't want to feel this pain if it's not necessary, right? He had a separation from the full nature of God at that point. And it wasn't until after he had passed, and it wasn't until he was resurrected, that Christ had the full nature of God and the full nature of man and the full nature of the Holy Spirit within him. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does, for sure.
So he had a clear acknowledgement and a very clear heart to hear the promptings of the Spirit, which told him what to do, right? Told him where to be, told him what he should be doing, right? And all he was doing was obeying, and that was the example. He was being the example of obeying the voice of God in your head according to the lessons that have been given to you, right? According to what you have been instructed, obeying the voice of God in your head at all times without question. That is ultimate faith. So there was nothing that he did that he does not ask of us, including exemplifying the masculine role in society. Does that
No, it
does that
does.
make
I'm
sense?
thinking. Yeah, sorry, my silence is just me processing. Yeah, no, that.
No, you're
totally-
fine.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Well, Abe, I am going to send you the latest remaster of that song that I think I sent it to you on text.
Okay.
The Cabin of My Demons.
Yeah.
I think you'll appreciate that one. I hope a lot of the audience will appreciate that as well. I'll
Awesome.
send that to you in Discord so it's easier to be able
Perfect.
to pull up. Not right away, but here soon. I'm gonna have to hang up because I go through the California port of entry and I can't be.
Right.
Hey,
I got
I
it.
can't have
Yep.
an active phone call then.
Mhm.
I'm fine to be on a headset, hands free before there, but not when
Right.
I go through.
Fair.
But yeah, I'll send you that one. It's it's a lot less screamy. It's I set that one up as a live piano driven vocals.
Cool.
But it's a little more understandable, but still has a lot of the drive from the
Awesome.
other song.
That sounds awesome.
Yeah, it was really pretty cool the way that one turned out. But anyway, I'd better jump off. Hey, it was great talking to both of you.
Yes.
Somebody else come up and fill the time. Abe's not ready to go yet. We got more donations to get in. I'm pretty sure there are more people need to hit that thumbs up, like the stream, subscribe, make sure your notifications are on. All right? Get that
Yeah.
stuff going.
Yes.
All right. God bless you guys.
God bless you, Nate. Thank you so much.
Later, dude.
Absolutely.
So I've definitely seen you up on Teriyaks a bunch, and I definitely saw you joining VK more recently, which is cool. How are you
Well, I
liking
haven't-
VK?
I mean, I go on the open panels on VK. I have.
Oh,
not-
well, hot seat and stuff.
Oh, hot seat. I've been on. Yeah.
Yeah. You enjoy that?
It's the best. I'm like super obsessed. So like, I've been trying to like, after getting wrecked, sort of, kind of, like, dude, 2 hours one-on-one is like, it hit me like right before it started, and then my mind was like,
Yep. Yep. It's kind of funny because when you sit down for that debate, like your heart starts racing, your palms are sweating, you're like, what am I doing? And then you go live and it takes your body a while into that first few of them to like calm enough for you to even function normal because you're just in like panic mode. It's pretty funny. Even when I first started streaming, it was like that every stream too. It was like that panic feeling welling up, and it doesn't make a lot of sense to feel that way, but it does at the same time. It's like, I'm going to make myself look like an ass. What's going to happen? Am I going to say something stupid? Am I going to be hated after this? Like all that stuff's in your head. And
But yet I've been on the panels and like I know, like not know, but like I've been around the people and whatnot, and I know they're not gonna fucking chastise you afterwards.
That's true.
But it was just like, oh my god, who else is gonna see this?
It's pretty funny.
Yeah, it's fucking strange how. And then, like after the opening statements, I was just like, oh, I'm fucked. I totally didn't think about that argument.
Yeah, that's when you have to kick it into overdrive inside your head and start solving the problems faster than you've ever solved problems before.
I was trying so hard to.
But when you're in that panic state, it doesn't work. Like everything in you is going the other way.
And then like
Yeah,
it felt like
that's
an
funny.
hour. And I looked at the clock and it was 48 minutes left on the back and forth. And I was
That's
like,
crazy. I would say with my debate with Teriak, my last one, I had been out of commission for a little while, and I took that debate, and so I wrote out everything while I was not streaming. I sat down and actually wrote out my whole intro, and I was like, this is going to be really good. And then when I was sitting down here, it had been, because when you're streaming, it becomes pretty normal, right? It just feels like normal. You sit down, you turn on, you go. But you take a break, and when you come back to doing it again, there's that same old feeling comes back. It's like you took a little bit too much time not doing it, so now you have to feel nervous again. And that happened with me at the Teriak one, and it's Teriak, so I'm like, what's he going to pull out of his hat? Because I never know. And so I'm reading my statement, and I'm like stumbling over my stuff, and then when we get to the back and forth, it was just fine. But that first chunk, I'm just like rattled a little bit, and it was silly.
No, I feel that 100%. Like I play music and whatnot, and like I haven't been playing music live or anything for years, but I did it for like 9 years straight.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the first time, same thing. Like as soon as I got like started playing, I'm like, oh no, I don't know what song I'm playing.
Yeah, stage fright is real.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's funny.
It's strange, but I made it through it. I wanted to quit the whole time, and I was just like, fucking ride it out, man.
Yep.
Ride it out.
You just have to make it through that initial burst of like cortisol and adrenaline, and you'll be good, you know?
And I think I kind of made a couple good points, but then like once the panel opened up, of course, Teriak came up and said like the thing that I had talked about with him prepping for. Plus, he had argued, he had debated the same thing the day before.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, and I watched it, the whole thing, mainly so that I wouldn't make the same arguments as him. And this dude attacked. I didn't have to make the same arguments as, but all I had to say was, "Why are we negotiating with terrorists?" I felt so dumb when Teriak came on, and it's like that was my whole fucking argument.
One sec. Are we not men? Are you behind in the stream? Are you talking about what we should colonize in the chat? Are you like way behind?
Oh, well, we need to colonize.
He's naming countries randomly. That makes me think he's talking about when we were talking about the Western Hemisphere earlier tonight.
No, Teriak was talking about, yeah, Canada is going to be the 51st state. Mexico will be 52nd. Ireland.
So, like I said, there's like, I think there's an inherent danger in grafting in new states, and that inherent danger is the politics and policy from those countries is going to be significantly different enough that even if somebody comes here as a conservative, they may be left of us. Because when you look at places like Britain or Australia or Canada, most of the time their entire political system is left of ours. Our right is further right than theirs even exists, and their left is all the way into our left. So like, even if you got somebody who confesses to be conservative and say they agree with us on certain things like fiscal conservation and like abortion or something like that, then they may still have liberal leaning beliefs on like everything else, like socialized medicine and all these other things. And it's like, how do you know that that person coming in is going to be even conservative when they get here. And so you're going to graft in however many million people, and you don't know how that's going to affect your political system at all.
We haven't even figured it out here yet.
Nope.
Right. So let's figure it out here first before we expand. If we even expand, I mean, you know what I mean?
I feel like we're on the precipice. I really do. And I could say that there's reasons, but the biggest thing I would say is I've seen it when I look into history. I look at Rome, I look at China, I look at every great empire that came before over the course of the last, I don't know, anywhere from 2 to 10,000 years, as far as I can tell. The country grows and becomes prosperous over time. And it gets to a certain point where it's so large and holds enough power or sway in its region that it becomes comfortable. And the more comfortable it becomes, the harder it is to keep the comfort. Because then you have comfortable aging people without the hardship that they used to struggle through. So the people are weaker, things get soft. And the more that happens, there comes a time where they have to expand to even get the resources needed, or the populace needed, or the whatever's needed. I think the same is true when we look into the history of a lot of nations that became soft the way that America is tending towards. And they probably also had birth rate declines. Because what's the point? You're comfortable, you're happy, you don't need to have more responsibility, and all of the things that people say about not having children. The same idea has happened before.
Well, and I also see an interesting phenomenon just talking. I mean, I'm around a lot of liberals and I have to pretend. They all think this is like the worst country ever, but they've never even been out of the state.
Yep.
Let alone out of the country. And it's
Right.
like, no, this is the best country. I've lived out of the country. And
I've
it was
gotten in
cool.
plenty of arguments about this very thing. Because
This is the best one.
It is.
100% is the best one.
But it's easy when you're inside the US to feel like it's the worst, right? Like we get told all the time that our diet has terrible stuff in it. Yes, it does. Our FDA allowed a lot of wacky shit to happen with our food stuff. But when it comes to like just flat out freedoms and not having everybody in your business all the time, not being oppressed for different reasons, this country is. And because we are as large as we are and as prosperous as we are, we also held off what now is becoming an invasion of illegals for longer than nations like Europe, who, to be fair, is very close to the regions of Africa where people are coming out, or the Middle East where people are coming out, way closer than we are. But we held it off a lot longer. And because of that, our prosperity continued to increase. And I've been to like little parts of Europe, and I've been to Kuwait, I've been to Iraq. Those areas are pretty freaking bad. These people who seem to think like it's better over there, it's not better anywhere else. Even on starting this show, if you remember just a few years ago, it was a constant thing that the lefties would do. They would call out to how great the Scandinavian countries are. Look, they have socialized medicine, they have high tax, but they do very well. Well, guess what? Right now, those countries are suffering under massive amounts of Islamic immigration, whether it's legal or illegal, into their nation, and it has fundamentally shifted the way their countries work, and they're falling apart because of it. Same with Britain, and I've heard plenty of people from the UK say it's not an invasion, it's not even that many, it's only this percent. Well, it was 8% a few years ago, or 2015 or something like that, and within 10 years it doubled. So now 15% or more of your population is foreign-born Islamic peoples, and if that continues, and the rate is doubling at once per decade, then you're about to hit 30% or more. And absolutely, you don't find the freedoms you find here. And that's why, like, right now is a key point. If we don't do the corrective controls that need done before this gets completely out of control, then we will be walking the same road every other nation in the West is.
Mm-hmm.
And Canada's in the same boat, by the way, because Canada has massive numbers of Middle Eastern people who are there because of amnesty or any other program. They have a ton of Indian workers who are there on visa and everything else. They have a massive influx of populace from outside of their country. And the liberal view is, well, good, we need more people because we have a lower birth rate. Well, guess what? Then you won't keep your nation.
Yep.
You just won't. And, well, why do you care? You'll be dead. Because I have children. And guess what? I want my children to have the best nation in the world like I did. Well, why do you care about like 10 generations down? Because that's my lineage. Because I want to bless my lineage into the future. That's why.
Well, shouldn't all this be fun? Like, why? As a 90s kid, it's kind of weird to look back at like my childhood, like, was super fun.
Yep. Well, we were, okay. So I'm an 80s kid, and I'll say that like we grew up through the 80s and 90s, which were, as much as there was tumultuousness, because when I was born, there was still like the threat of the Cold War a little bit, and there's like get under your desks in case of a, right? And so, but you're absolutely right. Like, we didn't lock our doors. Nobody was going to break in. You didn't have any fear of that. We all went out and played on bikes and hung out with each other. Everything was wide open. Nobody hated each other because of their skin color. Not where I was in the country at all. Like, there was not even a care for that. And
Well,
it's
you
like,
could even ask the question as a kid, like, why is the skin a different color?
Yep.
And it like that was
Wasn't a
just
big deal.
question, right? It was
Yep.
just a question.
Yep.
Wasn't-
And so what happened, if you look at this honestly, earnestly, the only thing you can take from it is that the leftist persuasion has pushed the virtue signaling, don't offend anyone ever, all of these little positions into the extreme. So like, you're not allowed to question why somebody is overweight. You're not allowed to question why somebody has a different skin color, or why this culture is doing this thing that's just terrible. What, like, you can't even ask those questions because it's offensive. It's as if we took offense and made it actual assault. Like, if you offend somebody, you've committed an assault. And it's like, that's so stupid. Nothing happens to people when they're offended. In fact, being offended helps you thicken your skin and learn to overcome adversity. And we've gotten rid of that completely. So now we have an entire society of soft people who can't even handle being talked to in a normal way.
Well, and they can't even defend their own points of view. They don't even have a worldview.
Right.
That's what's fucking weird. That's what blows my mind. Which I think it's a big reason why, like, this, I don't know what we call it.
Thank you.
The debate sphere.
Yeah.
Do we call it that?
Yeah.
I think that's why it's blowing up.
I agree.
We're seeing all these donor bars being fucking murdered.
Yep. Well, there's that's it. Like, we talked about it earlier tonight. I don't know if you were here for it, but we talked about how honest and earnest conversation has died in public. And what I've noticed about the internet is there'll be a trend on the internet. Like, people will be in streams or in groups or in debate channels, and they'll be hashing stuff out. And then that'll drop and we'll move on to the next thing that's going on in the world, right? And within a few years, you see that thing become mainstream. The people outside of the internet are now talking about that thing. And it's like, I think a lot of the ideas get hashed out online and slowly move into the public sphere because the watchers, because of other people, because hearing of things. And then some of the people who speak about those ideas then go mainstream. Like, they get put on shows, right? Like Andrew is right now. He's going on Joe Rogan. He's going on Piers Morgan. He's
fucking killing it.
And what happens is then that idea escapes the internet realm and becomes talked about in the rest of society. And I think the debate sphere is a very good sign, because if this is happening where we can argue things out, talk about the hard things that you can't talk about in public because it offends people, if that's the case, and this trends to go out into public, we'll see a flourishing of conversations about things that are now taboo, didn't used to be taboo. You'll see actual debating of points. And like you just said, you can't even talk about it in public. Well, that's exactly what happened to Charlie Kirk. It got so bad that you can't even offend people without the fear of them attacking you in public. Well, that has to go. That has to go away.
Well, no, I heard a comedian. He was talking about like, he called it like a white people convention, but he's like, well, we can't call it that. But like for all the disenfranchised, like basically white males that are just like told you're the enemy, and like to just be like, hey, you're not, like, let's find a way to like figure this out, like just in person too, is what he was talking about.
Right. And I don't know if this has escaped everyone or not, but every time that something like this happens, where you have a very large number of disaffected young fighting age males in a nation, it tends to go really poorly for the nation because they're the powerhouse of that country, right? And so we need to fix the cultural issues that have now taken the throne in our country, right? The oversaturation of feminist ideas, the oversaturation of godlessness, of degeneracy, all of those things need to be shoved back, and we have to put things in the right order again, because otherwise what we're looking at is a continued decline of birth rate, even more generations of young men who feel purposeless and aimless and angry. Because look, we're right now in 2026. What about the next generation? Because it's already this bad right now. Their generation's going to feel it, and the generation after that will feel it. Unless something gets fixed, you're going to have literally a point where there's 3 generations of disaffected people who are angry at the entirety of the system, and that's when things get torn down.
Yeah, we can't have that.
So this is why I tell people, like, especially young men, that it's not your fault that it's this bad right now, but it's your fight. So we need to change the culture. We need to cohesively work together to fix the culture, because if we don't, we're all headed for a bad time.
Yeah, because who's gonna stop? Yeah,
Nobody. And there's plenty of people that want this to happen. There's plenty of nations that want this to happen. You think China wouldn't be beside itself with joy if the men within the U.S. went so mad because of the way that the system is inside the U.S. that they just tear down the system, and China benefits and becomes the world's predominant power because of it? Every nation that's just behind us would love for that to happen. They'd love to pick up the slack and control that America loses.
it's scary. I do have to go to bed though.
All right.
I haven't enjoyed your conversation. Thank you,
Awesome.
Abe, for having me up.
Of course. Have a wonderful
All right.
night.
For sure.
God bless you.
As well. God bless you.
Awesome possum. And then there was just going to be me then. Well, I guess to chat then, if that's the case, and nobody else hit that link, I might just send you all over to JS. And you can tell JS that it's a presidential raid. And you could tell him I told him he's grounded, like Emmett. Because I'm in the mood to ground people. Just ground them. So, thank you all so much for being here tonight. Those were incredibly good conversations. I think we hashed out some some good information. I hope people learned something, or at the very least are thinking more about the things that we talked about. I will try to be back on as soon as possible. God bless you all. Thank you all for your donations. They mean so much. They help me so much. I can't even imagine. I couldn't have imagined that people would care to listen to me, to donate, to help. I really do appreciate you. On that note, God bless you all. Have a wonderful evening. Let me make sure, actually, one sec. I'll make sure that I don't screw up the raid, because that would be a jerk move. Thank you, Vintage. Appreciate you, man. This video. Customer. It's in there. Is that. Double check that he's still there. Oh, wrong thing. There we go. Live. He is. All right. God bless you all. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful night. Presidential raid over to JS.